Good evening, ladies and gents. Welcome back to TRTN and welcome to round 6 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series. Here from a very dark and gloomy set of conditions, unlike last round, here at Watkins Glen International. My personal favourite pick for you. Racing circuits inside the United States. Watkins Glen International was introduced as a permanent circuit in 1956, but has a history as a street circuit as far back as 1948. It's approximately 3.4 miles and 11 turns of FIA Grade 2, including its inner loop chicane, of which we've got today for the GT configuration. Other than GT Series, it's home to the IMSA Sports Car Championship, the NASCAR Cup and Xfinity Series, as well as the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, and the American Trans Am Series, of which has ran at this very circuit since 1968, former home as well of the United States Grand Prix during the glory years of Formula One. We're watching on board at the moment with the MSA 416 of Ilkay Akinoghlu as we start free practice for today. We'll be able to get a full comprehensive run through of the track coming into this next coming lap. We'll stay on board with Akinoghlu. He's joined by Tony Garona for today in the 416. We turn down the volume now on that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 and the number 416 McLaren. We kick off this flying lap into the first corner almost immediately at the 90, turn 1 here. It's a sharp 90-degree right-hand turn, caved in the middle as we go heading out of turn 1 up into the S's at turns 2 and 3 on our climb uphill. These long sweeping corners here, make no mistake of them, it's still quite a challenge on the machine, and when the tyres start getting beaten up over the course of this 4-hour race for today, there's definitely some trouble to be expected in this opening sector of the track. Down the back straight into the inner loop chicane, where we've seen plenty of issues in the pre-race practice sessions coming into this, and with further conditions being sort of on the back foot for these drivers. Of course, the track isn't lit up like other American circuits. They're having to rely solely on those headlights to guide them through that section. There could definitely be more commitment through the inner loop chicane, but drivers are only going to push within their means. So out through turn 5, through turn 6 we go now at the chute corner. Down at turn 7, toe corner, this uphill open hairpin right forms the boot section of the track. As we go along the boot straight here between turns 7 and 8, we'll be heading straight to the heel, bringing about the end of the boot section of the track. Turn 8 as well is also a corner where we've seen a few issues over the course of the last couple of runnings here at Watkins Glen International. The last time we were here, I believe, was with, if I'm not mistaken, XSC in their charity event. We've been here before as well with GHR and the XEC back during the time of their 4 hours of Watkins Glen. Heading around turn 9 and 10, then down towards turn 11, brings about the end of our flying lap here, courtesy of Ilkay Akinoghlu and MSA Racing and the number 416 McLaren, but they're making their way into the pits there after a sighting lap. So we'll be going on board next with the nearest car to the finish line. That'll be the number 791 here, and this is a very interesting set of news to have come through very late on in the build-up to round 6, and that's of Matteo Mastromaro, former MSA talent, now makes his move over to exclusive in the number 791 Mustang. We'll have more to talk about him over the course of this coming session, as there is definitely a lot to discuss in regards to the Italian's talent behind the wheel of that Mustang, especially when it comes to qualifying pace for this track. We'll have more to cover later on. Elmas Mikkelsen's goes fastest then in the number 788. Exclusive are looking for 3 on the trot here. Already 2 race wins in a row in rounds 4 and 5. Back in, I believe, looking in the last couple of rounds, back in Belgium and Australia, it was Elmas Mikkelsen's and Nat Bennett in the 788 that went 2 for 2. Back-to-back wins, the first of their kind in this championship. We can see it's passed hands between a few different teams over the course of the championship. Of course, round 1 having gone to NLR's number 5 of Andre Damrat and Milo Bergman. MSA's 414 taking the win in Suzuka on the last lap. Let's not forget that. That was a fantastic run in the wet in Japan. Round 3 in Spain gave rise to the privateer team, Tempest Motorsports, the number 30 of Adam Saunders and Brandon Roos, dominated round 3 of the championship. And then for the last 2 rounds, it's been Exclusive's game to win here, with the 788 taking back-to-back wins. It also gives McLaren their 3rd in a row, consuming over 50% of all available race wins at this leg of the championship. McLaren have been absolutely dominant as a manufacturer. Taking a look at that balance of performance coming into this round as well, they're still going to be on the better side of things, all things considered, only having gained 6 kilos coming into this round. Having a look around them, Ford only gaining 5. That's going to give them great advantage over Aston Martin and Mercedes, who are looking in fairly good stead coming into this round. But they've got 14 and 15 kilos respectively to deal with. The only team to have lost weight coming into Watkins Glen is BMW, losing 3 kilos on this leg of the championship. Ferrari gaining a singular kilo to their name in the 296. Just seeing here, Toby Cyril and Martin van Manen are next to the line with K1 Esports yet to have set a time there. So we're out on another flying lap. They'll be looking to get themselves back into the top 10. And speaking of taking a look at that top 10, Exclusive 788 leading now by 31 points in the championship to MSA's number 414. The 787 is catching them up as well. They have a 209 points at the moment, not too far away from second place. Tempest still inside the top 5 with 198 points, are getting ever closer to the 787. The 789 is chasing them by a singular point to round out our top 5 there. ETE's number 315 with 171 points makes 6th position in this championship. 7th place going to the ETE number 696 Aston Martin of Ian Skeed and Hayden Puttock with 158 points. NRW Performance in 8th position with 146 points ahead of the MSA number 416 with 141. So very close here, getting towards the back of the top 10. NLR's number 5 rounding things out there, dropping down to 10th with 138 points in the championship. But things are looking rather interesting coming into this round. Of course, with this race, we have 2 more left to go after as well. That makes 3 rounds in total before the end of this championship. It's looking very hopeful for Exclusive at this time. And it is not hard to see where the enthusiasm for the championship comes from. Of course, back-to-back race wins for the 788. That is the first of its kind, even since the successor series, or the ancestor series that came before this, the GHR XCC. We never saw Exclusive get consecutive wins. It was mostly K1 getting consecutive wins back then. Now it's a far cry of the performance they used to have. Of course, with the withdrawal of their main drivers, Luke Wilson and Wesley Kuiper, from competition, K1 is a far, far away from home. It has given rise then to the battle of 2, that is MSA versus Exclusive in this championship, with their cars primarily consisting the top 10 for qualifying predictions. We'll be able to get onto those in a few minutes' time here as we get towards the end of free practice. Here's Ilkay killing Koglu. The number 416 yet again. There's been a big mix-up in terms of driver lineups as well coming into this race. Elmas Mikkelsen's still in the 788, but his teammate Nat Bennett has been moved around. In his place then in the 788 is Parker Sukup, formerly from the 789 lineup. The All-American lineup of himself and Jake Goldman has now been shifted around. And this is in line with Exclusive's growing strategy of shifting drivers around to where they're needed in proportion to the event at hand. It's this cunning strategy that's netted most of their cars places inside the top 10. Of course, they had all 5 cars inside the top 10 at the last round as well. Lest we forget, a brilliant, brilliant round back in Australia at round 5 of the championship. This winning strategy has been the MO of Exclusive, and I think it is definitely what's going to elevate them to that place of being championship winners by the end of this season. They've been hunting this since the XCC. They've been fighting in the shadow of other teams for the better part of about a year and a half here on TRTN. We've known as well also over in ATR, where they've been struggling up against Velocity in that championship as well. But this is really their time to shine here. There is no different a sense of competitiveness in this crowd. You still have these big label names, these high priority talent drivers, and they are really shining here. This has been 3rd time's the charm for them. We'll see exactly where the penny drops coming into this round of the championship. It's looking to be very exciting. We also have news as well. Alfatch GT Esports, the number 23, which you can see on screen here, peculiarly no longer an Aston Martin, as they make the first of a very small select few jumps of manufacturer choice over the course of this championship. Of course, the ramifications are that your points are halved for your championship run. With Vatch GT believing now that the lineup of Matthew Williams and John Williams, the double Williams setup as it were, are better suited towards the McLaren 720S. And this follows on a growing trend over the course of the last couple of months of multiple big label teams switching across to McLaren. It's really not hard to see why it's such a favourable choice. In terms of potency, it's one of the best from stock. So adding a setup on top of that just turns them into these top-of-the-line GT pedigree machines. Now, it's a far cry of where it is in real life. Of course, manufacturer support for McLaren is pretty poor, as far as we're led to believe, but that doesn't really matter in ACC. All that matters is that potential the machine exerts, and McLaren's got that in spades. We just saw there, Jack Giles in the 3:15. He'll be joined by Alan Alexander coming into this round. Just went second fastest at the end of free practice. We'll be getting onto our qualifying predictions in a moment's time, as we are now at the end of free practice. The 711 had some trouble there, just down towards turn 10. We're watching with the 4:14. Craig Twardock coming into the pit lane. So one last look around the track here for Toby Cyril and Martijn van Manen to set their first and only time of free practice. We'll see where the re-emergence of the K1 #1 Ford Mustang will prove to be the best choice here at Watkins Glen. Down towards the line we go from 14th position. Last lap was a 144 and also a 144 on this lap. Only 14th position. It's not looking particularly grand, but we must consider as well, it has been quite some time since we've seen Toby Cyril and Martijn van Manen in this championship, so there will be those teething issues reintegrating to the grid. We have a look around the field here. Already lively stuff from both MSA and from Exclusive Esports. Let's try and get a look at the front of that pack then. It's the number 415, Benjamin Houpert in the Mustang, no less. That is a unique choice. I don't think we were informed of their move over to Ford. Nonetheless, MSA now fielding a Ford Mustang. We actually take a look at our graphics here. They'll now be outdated. We were still under the impression that Houpert and teammate Bjorn Egil Kalseth would be driving for McLaren coming into this round. This is a shock move then, since we've only just seen the first of it. Nonetheless, let's get a look at our qualifying predictions coming into this round of the championship. And it's looking very lively if you're an XCL or MSA fan, as their cars, as I've mentioned before, comprise the majority of that top 10. It's the 791 of Matteo Mastromaro with that fastest time by half a second to the nearest car. That's a 142.747 by the Mustang. The MSA's 414 of Craig Twardock in the Ferrari right behind Houpert at the moment, having set the second fastest time predicted at a front row for this qualifying session. Right behind him, the 415, which is now on screen. Benjamin Houpert did a 143.290. That's good enough for third. In the positions behind them then, rounding out the top 5 is XCL with a 788 and 787. Mikkelsen setting a 143.356 and Meeldijk setting a 143.5. MSA's 416 of Tony Garona set a 143.742. That's good enough for 6th position. Tempest making another appearance inside our predicted top 10 for qualifying with a 143.752. That's by Connor Letford. Ian Skeen setting the 8th fastest time in predictions, a 143.825 for Aston Martin. That's in the number 696 car. The NRW 777 Ferrari of Sebastian Turner set a 144.192 in predictions. That puts them just inside the top 10 and ahead of the number 315 of Jack Giles with Euro Titans with a 144.380. That data was taken this morning around 4:55 a.m. UTC. Staying on board then with Houpert, he's the first into the fray here on flying laps in through the inner loop chicane. Now the front engine cars should in theory have the easiest run of it, and you can see how hard he's able to attack the curbs almost immediately. It is very hard to see as well, not only for the drivers but for us as well, to see the sort of fine details of these qualifying laps. These drivers are really going to be pushing hell for leather here. MSA know they've got one of the best opportunities in-house here to challenge XCL at their own game. They're hunting a third victory. MSA's hunting their second. Right now, that championship still hangs very, very cleanly in the balance between the pair of them. It's a 31-point gap, just as we mentioned before, between the 788 and the 414. So Twardock's going to need every bit of help he can get here off of his teammate, who's carving his way through the slipstream, out through turn 8 into turn 9 we go. So as we pull up our timing charts, we're still on board with the 415 of Benjamin Houpert. Right behind him is Craig Twardock. And then behind them is Elmars Mikkelsen. That comprises our first 3 times here in qualifying. Down towards the line then. This is our benchmark, the 415. Have they set a valid lap? Down towards the line for us to go off of. If not, we'll be going immediately on board with the 414. Down across the line. Don't believe so. So across the line goes Craig Twardock. A 143.687. Elmars Mikkelsen is up next and goes off by 0.04 of a second. So they're stuck in second place. Next across the line is the 791 Matteo Mastromaro with a 143.404. That is already quite the start, to say the least. We didn't take Mastromaro for the kind to take so quickly to the Mustang. Of course, we've seen him primarily drive for McLaren over the course of this season. So to suddenly swap over to Ford and then have such an elegant opening as far as things go, getting used to a car is not easy for any driver, but Matteo Mastromauro has clearly done his homework in the 791. What a start to his qualifying session. Craig Twardock then in second, Mickelson's third. Toby Cyril with K1 Esports sets the time fourth fastest then. Rounding out our top five for our opening times is Jack Giles in the 3:15. Of course, all of these times are subject to change as well, bearing in mind we have 15.5 minutes left to go in qualifying. Danny Meeldijk then is 6th fastest, Tony Garona 7th, Nick Mask was briefly 8th there, but Connor Letford goes across the line to jump into 6th. That puts Meeldijk, Garona and Mask down a position. See Jake Garrett with the Euro Titans Academy team making his way down towards the inner loop chicane. Currently 10th there, was briefly 9th. He's down to 10th, ahead of Ben Sekis and Jermaine Valiatham in the number 100. This is the UGL Driving Legends team. This is a newcoming team from South Africa making their debut here in round 6 of the championship. Let's actually get a look on board with them at the moment. This is the number 100 Ferrari. It's Norbil Mbele and Jermaine Valiatham at the moment. They've also been joined by Giovanni Rogers in the number 100. It is going to be interesting to see where this new privateer entry lands over the course of this event. Right now, they're 13th fastest, just looking to pick up the pieces. We're going to go back up towards the front row here to see what the state of affairs is in the fight between Exclusive and MSA. MSA's down to 3rd, up to 2nd now goes Elmas Mikkelsons. You can see as well is Kyle Williams there in the pit lane alongside him. Craig Twardock has also got across the line. He's now down to 4th, but still ahead of Toby Cyril and Martin van Manen, also having crossed the line most recently, staying in 5th position. They're 2 tenths almost to the dot there ahead of Danny Meeldijk in the 787. Jörg Masserat as well. He's in 7th position now with NRW Performance. It's sort of one of our rising star privateer teams alongside Tempest. They're real showstoppers, these few here in the 777. It's Masserat and Turner coming into this round, if I'm not mistaken. Also, another rising star group of privateers is out of the Spontaneous team. They're 11th at the moment. Nick Mash behind the wheel. We've got Tyler Vermack in chat asking, how's the race been so far? I don't know if he's asking me or if he's asking Tyler Watson in chat as well, but race hasn't started for us. Of course, we know that some of the K1 Esports drivers are currently in the middle of a 12-hour Sebring event on iRacing. Hence why they're only able to send one car into the fight today. With, I believe it was the 114. Actually, no, they've sent 2 cars. They have sent a second vehicle. It's just yet to come out on track. That's Ben Cheeseman in the 114 Mercedes. Heading down across the line at the moment is the 314. They've just crossed the start-finish line there. Starts another flying lap. That's the 414. That's my mistake. So that's Craig Twardock. And that gap between Mastromauro and Mikkelsons has started to open up there by another 2 tenths of a second. It was in and around a tenth there. It's now just under 4 tenths over the course of that last lap. A 142.918 by Matteo Mastromauro is the time to beat for all drivers today. And you can see right now, you've got 8 drivers there. If you take a few thousandths off of Meeldijk's time, that are within a second of one another. Actually see if Meeldijk can break to within the 1 second barrier. Heading down across the line. Sadly, not this time around for Danny Meeldijk. They remain in 8th position. Just going to quickly see here. That is Kyle Williams aborting the flying lap in the number 789. This is the first we've seen of him in the exclusive lineup here in the NLRL Console Endurance Series. So a bit of a mixture of expectations for Williams. Of course, we still have 11, just under 12 minutes of qualifying left to go. And they've yet to have set a time. Ian Skeen in the same boat as them as well. Same with Matthew Williams and Lee Evans and Ben Cheeseman. Speaking of Ian Skeen, he's out on track and just heading around turn 11. Now down towards the line. We'll see what the 696 was capable of. Heading across the line, we go from 15th up to 9th then for Ian Skeen. 1.067 seconds off pole position. Good enough for 9th there. Just puts himself ahead of Connor Letford and Jack Giles. That was a very, very solid run to start things off then for the 696. In the pre-race practice sessions, they were looking incredibly confident. They were up towards the front row in times, but we must bear in mind that with those pre-race practice sessions comes that mixture of goal and intent. Some drivers will be pushing for those early qualifying stints. Other drivers will be experimenting with setup and fuel load, because they will be running extremely high fuel loads here for a 4-hour race. It's all about maximizing the longevity of these vehicles. They want to spend as little time refueling as possible. The caveat being they're going to run a much heavier, much loftier car down into turn 1 on the race start, as is ever the case with endurance racing. Right now, though, Skeen is just poking over 600ths of a second away from Danny Meeldijk in 8th position. So there is a lot of potency in that drive just to kick things off then for the Aston Martin. The 696 of Euro Titans is Ian Skeen. He'll be joined for this race as well by Hayden Puttock, the all-British lineup for round 6 of the championship. They've stayed that way almost the entire season. It did start off back in Imola with Aaron Williams in the 696, but he was replaced by Puttock not long after due to changes in availability for the Euro Titans team. Nonetheless, Ian Skeen has soldiered on now with a new teammate Puttock. These two have been quite the pair to be over the course of this championship, and it's any indication as such they're inside the top 10, and now they're up inside the top 10 even further in qualifying, putting themselves up to 6th then, ahead of Masserat, ahead of Garona, and ahead of Meeldijk, scratching there at the time set by Toby Cyril in the number 1 Ford Mustang. It's looking very strong for the front engine cars. I'm going to point this out here. Inside the top 5, 3 of those vehicles are manufactured by Ford Motor Company. Looking inside the top 10, that number stays the same for Ford, but for front engine cars, it jumps up an extra number there with the introduction of the Aston Martin into the mix. Of course, that could still change. We're waiting to see times here out of the other front engine car to be. That's the Mercedes AMG, also with a similar weight deficit to the Aston. That's 15 and 14 kilos. Ben Cheeseman has yet to set a time. Just going to quickly go on board the 787. Danny Meeldijk's just making his way out of turn 11, down towards the line. We'll see what time he can set. Can he go ahead of the Euro Titans Aston we've been watching on with over the course of the last couple of laps? Going across the line, sadly, doesn't do so. Can Mastromaro extend the lead that he has already carved out tooth and nail from a 142.918? No, he cannot. Across the line behind him there goes Jake Garrett, 11th fastest in the Euro Titans Academy 813 BMW. We're going to go on board with the number 77 cars. They head down towards turn 11. This is Lee Evans, and he's joined alongside the other 2 drivers in the VSR Endurance team. Sorry, a little bit sidetracked there. Lee Evans is joined by Ian Oates and Raffaele Annunziata of the VSR Endurance team. That's one new driver as well, filling in for the other Italian on the team. Annunziata makes his debut then for round 6 of this championship. Of course, it's already been a late entry for VSR. They've already done, I'd say, decently well given the strength of competition they've gone up against. At the moment, this might not be their track to be. They're 4.5 seconds off the fastest time. They're currently eyeing up a back of the grid start by the look of things here. I think there might be some drivers still yet to have set a time. See exactly where the penny drops for VSR by the end of this qualifying session. I think they'll be able to just sort of keep themselves out of trouble into this coming round. And rightfully so. Despite this track looking very simple on that opening sector, it is anything but when you throw a north of 15 cars into that section in the dark, flat out, all vying for first place. It can create quite a few issues coming into this round. Just take a look as well. We want to try and get on board with the 813. This is Jake Garrett and Kieran Rodd with Euro Titans. Just heading down towards the line there. Behind them as well, you can see that's Jake Goldman in the exclusive McLaren. Garrett still just outside of the top 10. He'll need about a 10th of a second on that lap time there to get inside those pivotal top 10 starting positions. We're going back on board then the 77 of Lee Evans, making his way out of turn 10. Down towards turn 11 we go. Where does VSR land then after this coming lap? Bear in mind, we have about 6.5 minutes left to go in qualifying. Down towards the line we go. You can see it is an improvement, but he needs to find 7/10 of a second on Giovanni Rogers and Norbulon Belle in the UGL car if they want to be up inside the top 16. Furthermore, they're going to need just over a second on Bense Kiss in the number 7 and 11 Porsche of the Paul Ralph team if they want to be inside the top 15. So Definitely high expectations for them in this qualifying session. They know that Watkins Glen may not be the strongest track of choice for them, especially in the circulation of American tracks we have on display. Of course, for those of you keen-eye viewers watching us over the course of this week, you'll know that VSR has already been to the United States a handful of times. So the VSR Endurance team are no strangers to a good American track. Of course, they were just at Laguna Seca this Wednesday gone. It was a fantastic round to cover then. Now in Watkins Glen, however, on the other side of the country, we've gone from the west coast to the east coast here, from California to New York State. A real transcontinental affair. We're still on board now with Toby Cyril and Martijn van Manen. Ford is looking incredibly strong, I must say. This might be their strongest round coming into this championship. Of course, last time Ford took a win was in the hands of the NLR team back at the round opener in Imola. But as far as things go for the teams using the Ford, that being primarily at the moment the big three, MSA, K1 and Exclusive, all three of those teams have got cars inside that top five for the time being. We'll see as Toby Cyril crosses the line. He actually jumps up a position to fourth on Benjamin Hupert. So the Fords are now starting to push over one another at the end of qualifying. Going to go on board with the next car heading towards the line, that being Jörg Masserat. Somewhere down the order than they'd like to be, but somewhere up on their predictions and somewhere down the track as they head down through turn 9. They know it. They can see that they've got the momentum to go up into the top 5. They've only about 600ths of a second on Ian Skeen's time if they want to be up in the top 6. It doesn't take a big leap for that Ferrari to put itself in the top 5. We've seen that Craig Twardock can already push a Ferrari to a top 5. You can see already they got the 600ths they were looking for, but just not enough to get up on Benjamin Hupert in the 415 Ford Mustang with MSA. But NRW are really, really pushing in this round. I do see a bit of a breakout performance on our hands here with the big teams eyeing up for a clash down into turn 1. It could be the opportunity for the smaller teams here to weave through the pack. We've seen time and time again these smaller privateer teams really put quite some trouble on the big teams. And these are especially outlying conditions. A night race. I think this is the first this season we've seen of it as well. We've seen races go into the night, but this is one that's starting at night time. So visibility is nowhere near what it should be for these drivers. They'll be relying solely on those headlights to keep them in the clear and narrow. And that's only as reliable as you can think it is for these drivers. We're back on board then with Benjamin Hupert starting off another flying lap among the last laps he'll be able to do in this qualifying session. 3 minutes left to go. About a lap and a half in the bookings here for Benjamin Hupert. See, joining right behind them is Craig Twardock from 3rd position. Could there be a little bit of strategy on our hands for MSA? It was a very well-timed exit by Twardock. Is it going to be a case where Hupert gets to set his last running time there? By the time that Craig Twardock's with him, we'll be getting a little bit of free slipstream down that back straight and down to the inner loop chicane. And we have seen it before where the teams have been able to coordinate these last lap efforts. NLR is probably one of our best examples of such back at Imola, where they had an absolute knockout performance at the end of qualifying. So never say never on these teams suddenly shooting up towards the front row here. Hupert's definitely, with the momentum that he's carried over the course of this lap, eyeing up a top 3. It's all about nailing these last 4 corners for him. It seems to be where he's lost the majority of his time over the course of this session. Heading out through turn 9 we go. Looking at Hupert's time at the moment. He is on for an improvement, so he goes barreling out of turn 11. That big stab of oversteer is going to scrub a little bit of time, and I think it's only in the hundredths there as he gets to the line. It actually drops away to being in the deficit by 300ths of a second. That's gut-wrenching for Benjamin Hupert, but it shows how hard he's having to drive that car to produce the times that he is. A 1:43.430 is his best. Last was a 1:43.460. Having a look at those sector timings for these drivers at the moment, namely for Hupert. He has got the better timing of, say, the top 5. He's in and around, so I say, with the towards the front of the top 5 fastest sector 3 times at the moment. The issue that he is having at the moment, he's running in and around 7 litres of fuel for this qualifying stint. So he's running medium to high load for qualifying runs, that is. It's not uncommon to see a handful of litres really per tank on these cars. You're looking probably about 3 or 4 for most of these teams. Looking actually up in that front row, as Elmas Mikkelsen sets a new fastest time on 6 litres of fuel. That's one outlier to the case, really. The cars around him, Craig Twardock set his fastest time on 3 litres. Matteo Mastromaro really pushed the envelope out by setting his fastest on a single litre of fuel. So that was a real fire and forget situation for the front row. Oh my goodness, that is a big off for Hooper. That is the end of his qualifying session. We're on board here with Toby Cyril inside the top 5, and then once more he's on that second row of the grid. It could be a very interesting day ahead of them here for K1 Esports. We'll watch with them as they head down towards the line from turn 10 down towards turn 11. Looking ever so slightly at an improvement. Could it be a coveted top 3 start for K1 Esports after so long here on ACC? Heading down towards the line goes Cyril. Sadly, not enough for position, but a very good run indeed. A 1:43.389 by Toby Cyril brings about the end of his qualifying session with K1 Esports. We're going to quickly try and catch on board with the number 100 car. Norbil Mbele with the privateer UGL Driving Legends team heading down towards the line. Where do they land at the end of this qualifying session? From 16th position on the grid, they go up into the top 15. Behind them is Jake Garrett. And as they cross the line as well, see that for Jay Garrett, it's a top 12 start. So we want to try and get on board very quickly here. Mikkelsen's is diving for the pit lane. Let's see what the 416 can do just before the end of this lap. It looks like they're actually pulling towards the pit lane. So for Garona, that's the end of his qualifying run. We'll get a full rundown of that grid, but what an end to qualifying. Matteo Mastromaro on pole position by nearly 4/10 of a second there. Elmas Mikkelsen's makes second place for Exclusive, so a 1-2 start for Exclusive. MSA in third, K1 in fourth. MSA rounding out the top 5 in fifth. ETE right behind them by, if you look at it there, only 105 thousandths of a second between Skeen and Hooper at the end of that qualifying session. Very, very razor-thin stuff indeed. So getting a full rundown of our grid here for round 6 of the championship, it's Matteo Mastromaro on his debut to Exclusive Esports and his debut to Ford Motor Company in this championship. Makes pole position in the 791, a very grand opening for Mastromaro. He starts alongside his new teammate Elmas Mikkelsen's in the number 788. Mikkelsen's, of course, hunting his 3rd race win in a row with the 788 and still leading the championship. David Silf will start in 3rd in the 414, and Martijn van Manen looks to make the start in the number 1 unless he swaps over for Toby Cyril. We're just going to go off the names on the left-hand side. We'll see where that lands over the course of the formation lap. Benjamin Hooper rounds out our top 5 then for MSA. Right behind him is Ian Skeen by 105 thousandths of a second at the end of qualifying. Makes the last of our top 6 positions there. He's on the back of the 3rd row, but starts right alongside Hooper. All front engine business there between those two. Ford versus Aston Martin going down into turn 1. Right behind them is Ilkaya Kilinkoglu and Jörg Masserat, an all mid-engined 4th row. Makes for a very exciting state of affairs. And then towards the back of our top 10, things even keep getting even more and more exciting with Paul Moller and Connor Letford in 9th and 10th. Kyle Williams starts 11th alongside Jake Garrett in 12th. Jack Giles in 13th. Nick Mask in 14th. Rounding out our top 15 then on debut is the UGL Driving Legends number 100 Ferrari of Norbil Mbele. Right behind him is Bensei Kiss. Lee Evans 17th. Matthew Williams in 18th. With Thatch's first fielding of the number 23 McLaren, replacing their long-winded Aston Martin programme for the last 5 rounds. And then at the back of the field is Ben Cheeseman in the number 114 Mercedes. We've got about 3 minutes here. We'll be back in just a moment's time. But a very interesting looking grid. Smaller than normal. We're only at about 19 cars coming into this round of the championship. But I think that's for, well, a lot of these drivers is going to be quite a happy day. Fewer drivers means fewer problems. Fewer cars means fewer obstacles. So this is definitely going to be what we're hoping to see as one of the more clean starts of the championship, though we can wish for this and wish for that, but never usually means that we're getting it. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Before we get on to our formation lap for round 6 of the championship, we'd like to remind you of our sponsors at Malois Transport Incorporated, of course, oversized cargo and trucking logistics specialists of Quebec. If you or someone you know are located in Canada and looking for a professional and efficient transportation brokerage service for your business, visit their website on www.malois-transport.ca. That's MALOIS-transport.ca. And this is looking to be a very exciting round. I'd say the conditions are a little less favourable than we'd like, both from a viewing perspective and I imagine from the perspective of one of 19 of those cars going down into turn 1 in the pitch black here at Watkins Glen International. It's not an easy section of the track to cover during the daytime, let alone at night time. We'll go on board then with the car on pole position, Matteo Mastromaro, and the number 791 exclusive Mustang. This is his first time in this championship, driving for Ford and driving for exclusive. A monumental set of weights on his shoulders here. Very high expectations for the Italian coming into round 6 of the championship. Of course, one of the star talents of MSA. We're not entirely sure what the governing decision behind his move away from MSA and towards exclusive was, but it's a shock decision that has sent ripples through the paddock over the course of this round. Furthermore, that's been cemented by what has been a second-to-none qualifying performance by Mastromaro. So heading down towards turn 1, you're going to get a very accurate perspective here of what these drivers are going to be going through. You can see it's already an odd-shaped corner in the light. They've got very, very limited visibility there. They've got only really a clear line of sight of the barrier, which they want to be keeping a good distance from. That is all concrete. Very little catch zones in there. You scrape that barrier, it is an almost one-way trip to the pit lane. They'd be lucky to scrape that car off of the side of the barriers with a mop with some of the crashes that have occurred down at the 90 over the years here at Watkins Glen International. We'll stay on board then with the 791 as it goes down the back straight here out of the S's. Of course, we've yet to see an appearance in that 791 by Fazzy Binks, the teammate for Mastromaro coming into this round. We'll be seeing him further down the line in what is going to be 4 hours of racing. But heading to the inner loop chicane, you can see the real scale of those curbs. It's almost a car's width either side of it. And these front engine cars are more than adept when it comes to tackling those corners head on. With some of those mid-engine cars, I do have a bit of a lump in my throat for the moment. Then one of them does go barreling over there and almost just flies off track. We've seen very violent reactions in the pre-race practice sessions by some of the mid-engine cars trying to tackle that section as flat as they can possibly do it. It'll be a front engine car's paradise down in the middle sector. It's going to give way to what I imagine is a very interesting study between the pros and cons of front and mid-engine. An all-exclusive front row then. It'll be maybe a little bit of mind games being played today. It'll have to be very tactical about this coming into this round of the championship. Of course, pace-wise, they know they've got it nailed dead to rights, but they have got a very, very lively field of competitors backing them up for that position. MSA, K1, and Euro Titans find themselves accidentally unified on the same goal, and that is get those exclusive cars, get to that front row. Deny them that third at all costs. This is setting up to be a bit of a precarious run down towards turn 1. I'm not expecting things to go silky smooth here. We'll be looking at a miracle if we can get all 19 drivers down through the 90 with no issues. That'd be the kind of miracles you'd hope for when the sun's shining, and as you can see, it's anything but that at this round of the championship. So down through turn 10 we go towards turn 11. It will be a very short run to the start-finish line for these drivers. 19 cars in all for round 6 of the championship. Things are about to get very, very interesting for these two up front, as they've got 17 cars vying for that position that they hold so closely coming into this round. The 791 and the 788 will find themselves unified in the defence of this lead, as going down towards the start-finish line then, round 6 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series powered by Malois Transport. And live here on TRTN, we're green and racing here at the Glen for the first time in this championship. Down towards turn 1 we go. Mikkelson's and Mastromauro side by side then. Purple rain on that front row as we go heading into the 90 for the first time. A great start by the pair of them. The Mustang and the McLaren looking to try and get clear of Craig Twardoc's Ferrari. Toby Cyril lines himself up in 4th. Looking further down the line, I think we may have just been granted a miracle there. As you can see, a fairly clean start to this race. We're on board with Toby Cyril, who's eyeing up Craig Twardock, who himself is eyeing up Elmas Mikkelsen. It's looking to get a little bit spicy here inside the top 4. Down towards the inner loop chicane for the first time we go. Are we going to see any theatrics already? Cyril gets a bit of an odd line over it. Right behind him, we can see that Jake Garrett gets into a bit of trouble, and he catches Jake Goldman. That's our first spin out there. Yellow flags are out for the number 789. That's Jake Goldman. Swiftly back on track there. Back in the green flag conditions. As far as things go, not the worst kind of spin out incident you could hope for. That's netted Ben Cheese with a free position in the 114 K1 Esports Mercedes. They didn't set a time over the course of quali. They've got a long way to go then. And we're maybe hoping on a little bit more of a chaotic start. Right now, though, it's single file all the way down towards turns 9 and 10. They're very, very tidy with this at the moment. We can see a little bit of side-by-side action further down the field. That's from, I believe, looking at it there, Colin Letford, who's just got up on Alan Alexander, I should say, in the number 315. Alexander is having a go, though. I will say this. They are very, very lively here on these opening couple of laps. Nicholson's trying to pull away from Twardock, who himself is under siege from Toby Cyril. All the meanwhile, Matteo Mastromauro is really starting to let the anchors off that Mustang, and he is going. A 146.479 on that first lap. He's over a second and 4 tenths faster than Mikkelson's after that first lap. Right now, though, it's the battle of second. Elmas Mikkelson's forced onto the defence here from Craig Twardock. Let's see if we can go on board with the attacking car, the two from third position. Craig Twardock in the 414 Ferrari is going to have a very good run of things on his run down the back straight towards the inner loop chicane. Down towards the inner loop chicane we go. Now both of these cars haven't got the advantage that the two Mustangs barreling down on them have. And that's that stability over the curbs we can see right behind them as well. That battle for fourth starting to unfold. Benjamin Hooper nearly got himself alongside Toby Cyril, but was forced out there at turn 5 at the outer loop corner. Watching on board then with Craig Twardock. He's not too far away at all. You can see that difference in line between himself and Mikkelson's proper aggressive entry line there. That more conservative exit line is giving Mikkelson's that needed momentum to keep himself up and ahead of the competition. The 416 and the 77 find themselves in trouble. Temporary yellow flags there. That's between MSA and VSR Endurance towards the back of the pack. Another free position, 2 in fact, the cars that were originally at the back at the race start. The number 789 then is into the pits already. That's Jake Goldman. There was obviously then some damage, more so than the damage we saw on the nose of that McLaren after the first lap incident. Down through turn 11 we go. Twardok now 0.6 of a second either side of it between himself and Cyril, and himself and Mickelson's. See this almost roller coaster experience we get going up out of the first sector there, up through the S's, now on the back straight down towards the inner loop chicane. Really having to push the envelope out in that Ferrari. You can see just how close he's getting to the ragged edge of grip available on that 296 to keep pace with Mickelson's. Of course, looking at it here, it's that 30-point gap that separates, or 31-point gap, I should say, that separates the two cars you're seeing on screen at the moment from the perspective of the 414, eyeing up his championship rival. Meanwhile, the 791 kicked up some dust in their face on both sides of the track, heading into the toe here at turn 7. Now down the boot straight. He's keeping very good ground in that middle and final sector. You've got to give it there to Craig Twardok. He is able to glue himself to the back of that McLaren when the time calls upon it. And it's that constant waning pressure that is going to put extra pressure on the mind here of Elmas Mickelsons. Is it going to force a mistake out of him by that Ferrari just being so tantalisingly close to taking the position off of him? But as we know as well, pressure can turn coal to diamonds, so it's a question here whether or not Mickelson's will crack or his performance will break out into something extraordinary. At the moment, though, the only extraordinary performance I'm seeing is that of Matteo Mastromaro, who has just absolutely vanished from sight. You can see how he's forged a gap there of nearly 4 seconds in the span of the last 2 laps. He has just absolutely put it flat to the floor and is gone from the rest of the pack here. Despite all of that, though, the talk of the town at this very moment is the fight for second place, furthest up the order for position for any battle on track at the moment, and things look to be going nuclear very soon between MSA and Exclusive as Elmas Mickelsons is losing ground to Craig Twardok. All the meanwhile, I want to point out the fight going on right behind them, and that's for 4th position between Benjamin Hooper of MSA's number 415 and Toby Cyril with K1 Esports' number 1. So 2 rows entwined in combat here for position. I think we could get a pretty good view of both battles here. We're watching from the perspective of Toby Cyril. Right behind him there, you can see just hiding underneath the rear wing. That's Benjamin Hooper in the 415 Mustang. News to us that MSA had started using Ford as a go-to manufacturer. Evidently, it's worked quite nicely in their favour. They're inside the top 5 at the moment. Ian Skeen's eyeing them up from about 1.9 seconds away. That switch to Ford may have been what was necessary, despite the weight gain that Ford has undergone coming into this round on balance of performance. It is nonetheless doing remarkably well. You can see that battle between Mickelsons and Twardok is about to kick off at around the same time here that the fight for 4th is about to kick off between Cyril and Hooper. Down through the 90 we go then, on lap 4 of this race. I believe we may have to cut away from that battle for 4th position here. We want to try and get back on board with what's the state of affairs between Twardok and Mickelsons. We saw them very nearly side by side down the back straight towards the inner loop chicane. We're now at the outer loop here at turn 5. Really, it is impossible to put our eyes in the right direction here. The moment one battle starts to kick off, another does the exact same. And for Toby Cyril, he's now more than ever having to think about defence here from Benjamin Hooper. We're back onto the fight for 4th position. 0.2 of a second. Currently the gap between Hooper and Cyril. It's looking very, very interesting in this fight for fourth at the moment. These are practically an en passant here for overall pace. Over the course of the last couple of laps, they've been matching each other nearly dead to rights here. Hooper's not found any more ground, and Cyril has not found any more ground ahead of him. So it's a very interesting state of affairs. A proper, for the first time, true stalemate. So out through turn 11, Hooper's really going to need to surprise both us and Cyril if he wants that position, because on pace alone, looking in that last lap, it's only about a 10th difference. Up through the S as we go again. Things starting to sort of settle down into a bit of a rhythm there. You can see Mikkelson's has opened the gap there on Craig Twardock. Now the gap almost equal between Twardock and Cyril as it is to Twardock and Mikkelson's. We could be finding ourselves very shortly in a multi-car battle for third place. Benjamin Hooper had a very good run through the inner loop chicane, but by the time we got to turn 5, it just wasn't enough. It is really tough to say. I had to sort of be a bit of a pundit in this situation and say, who's this going to swing in favour of? It is tough to say the least between Hooper and Cyril. They are so evenly matched for pace at this leg of the race. It may be a case where we have to wait and see what the situation is between their teammates. When Van Manen makes his appearance in the number 1 and when Bjorn Egil Kalsef makes his appearance in the 4:15, we could see a drastically different situation, but Hooper and Cyril seem to be two sides of the same coin in that Mustang at the moment. They're not finding any more ground on each other as much as they are finding ground on the cars in front of them, because Craig Twardock has made one too many mistakes, found himself now inadvertently in the fight for third, having to defend from Toby Cyril, who is catching up to him. Hooper, following on that line, could find himself very quickly also in the fight for third. We have RDL Twiglet in chat asking how Evans is getting on. The number 77 is second from last, if I'm not mistaken, an incident with a 4:16 earlier on this race. And ahead of them at the moment is the 114 Ben Cheeseman in the K1 Esports Mercedes. We're watching right now the battle of third. That's quickly boiled back down to the battle of fourth. Benjamin Hooper is nearly side by side. It is side by side now, front to rear, as we go heading into the inner loop chicane. He backs out of a move on the inside, knowing it is functionally suicide to attempt so. I live for the day I get proven wrong there when I see a driver go side by side down into that chicane, but he's bought his time there at turn 5. Benjamin Hooper up to 4th. Toby Cyril's down to 5th. Right behind them as well is Ian Skeen and Jörg Masserat. We're going to be going on board with that battle in a moment's time as we cut away from K1 Esports. Let's quickly get on board then with the Connor that the Connor. As I was scrolling across, I saw Connor Letford there. It was one of those Freudian slips. As we go to the battle that is happening behind them. Honestly, I am dying out here today. A brilliant overtake by Benjamin Hooper. Let's see what the battle is looking like then between Jörg Masserat and Ian Skeen. We saw that happening right behind our fight for 4th position. Jörg Masserat attacking the Aston Martin then, one of our breakout privateer teams. NRW's been around the block a few times. We've seen them back during the time of the GHR XCC. They've got some history here on TRTN. It is fantastic to see a staple name like this continue to kick around in the field inside those top 10 positions, really putting grief on the larger teams like Euro Titans and Exclusive. We'll see what Masserat can do then. Out of turn 11, millimetres from the wall. We're looking at the fight for 6th position from the perspective of NRW 777. Jörg Masserat and Sebastian Turner. This might be a great opportunity for us to see exactly my talking point about that difference between the front and mid-engine cars on a track like this. It's one of the best showcasing points of that is this upcoming chicane. So we're heading out of the S's here, turn 4. We're now on the back straight, heading towards the inner loop chicane. And just watch the confidence on the Aston Martin compared to the Ferrari. See, the Ferrari really has to back off quite a bit. It has to almost tiptoe along the side of those massive curbs, whereas the Aston can properly shunt it with the same kind of vigour as an angry rugby player through the inner loop chicane. It's one of those major strong points that these front engine cars are using to great effect right now to keep the mid-engine cars that are typically more maneuverable at bay. And that's really seems to have been the issue that's befell both McLaren and Ferrari, the big two, as it were, as we now see Masserat finds himself having to eye up how he goes about defending 7th position from an approaching Danny Meeldijk. Let's actually get on board with Meeldijk if we can here before he gets the overtake in. We can see as well that Mikkelson's and Twardok are incredibly close to one another right now. We'll be going on board with them very, very shortly. We're watching here with Danny Meeldijk in the number 787 as he hunts down Jörg Masserat. There's Ian Skeena ahead of them. Right behind them is Jake Goldman down in 19th position. So currently last, but already having taken one of their pit stops. Of course, one mandated pit stop, of course, for both fuel and tyres in this race. Goldman's had to do that purely on the basis of repairs. So let's quickly just see what's going on board then in the fight of Mikkelson's v Twardok as we head up through the S's. Mastromaro now out by 6.3 seconds. I have never seen someone get up and move like that. That is remarkably fast by the 791 Mustang. Could we be eyeing up then? I know this is very early to say this because we've 3 hours, 45 minutes left to go, but could we be seeing the re-emergence of Ford as a winning manufacturer? Now, the last time they won as a manufacturer was courtesy of the NLR number 5 back in round 1 of this championship a few months ago. And that was on technicality because it was ran as a half race due to a disconnect. I have no doubts in my mind that Ford would have gone on to win that, legit, outright, across the checkered flag, but those were prevailing circumstances, and that still gave Ford the win, whether you choose to view it as legit or not. Could we be seeing the ruminations here of Ford's first legitimate win in an endurance race here in the Console Endurance Series, courtesy of the 791 of Matteo Mastromaro and Fazzy Binks? It is looking very likely, just based off the first 15 minutes or so of performance from them, a 7-second gap, and only going to continue to grow by the looks of it. The kind of the potency and longevity that Mastromaro seems to have in that Mustang compared to how he was in the McLaren when he was with MSA. I don't know what they're doing different at exclusive, but they've really given him the reins because he is absolutely gone. He's gone like greased lightning in the 791. Right now, though, we're watching the battle for second from the perspective of Elmas Mikkelsons, who is trying as he may here. He cannot shake Twardok off his tail. That Ferrari has clung on to him like a bad habit. Heading up through the S's. Is the pressure starting to get to two-time race winner in this championship and current championship leader Elmas Mikkelsons in the 788? Whatever it is, that Ferrari is only finding more and more momentum. It's either going to be a case where he starts leaping that gap down to nothing, or he's going to spin. It's one of the two. It's a nuclear strategy by Ferrari to be pushing the 296 through its absolute limit here. But are they going to push that beyond the event horizon of what's possible by Twardok in that 414? Or are we going to see a proper knockout overtake on our hands very, very shortly? It looks like it could be the latter, as he is now right on top of Elmas Mikkelsons as we go heading down towards turn 8. So out through turn 9 we go, entering sector 3, a very short sector 3, mind you, on this track. Down towards turn 10, 0.2 of a second is the gap at the moment. All of this is in effort for Twardok to put himself ever closer by the time we get out of the S's. That's going to be the major slingshot zone for this driver, unless he can make something stick down towards the 90, but I think he's just a little too far away for that at this time. 0.3 of a second as we exit turn 11. On to lap 10 we go. Twardok hanging on to the back of Mikkelsons. Down through the 90 we go. Very good line there by the McLaren. The Ferrari following close on his tail. 0.4 of a second now the gap. Is it going to be close enough for any theatrics down towards the inner loop? It is really going to take quite the send now to make that possible. We're watching with Mikkelsons as he goes barreling out of turn 4. I think he's just kept the gap long enough between himself and the Ferrari to keep himself clear as he heads into the inner loop chicane. He's going to have to make sure that he nails this, though. Just because you're leading into that doesn't mean that something can't go wrong. So round turn 5 we go. Very good line by the pair of them. Hooper is slowly catching up in the 4:15. He's gotten himself clear of Toby Cyril now by about 5 seconds. And is getting closer to this fight for second place. MSA, whatever strategy they are choosing to adopt, is working at the moment. Matteo Mastromaro may have gotten away for now, but they've got an exclusive car right in their iron sights here. Elmas Mikkelsen's tries as he may, cannot seem to shake the omnipresent shape of that Ferrari in his rear view. So then, with about 20 minutes into this session now, see as well that Ian Skeen is very close to Toby Cyril. We'll be going on board with that battle in a moment's time. Recounting our standings, though, Matteo Mastromaro leads with the fastest time. Elmas Mikkelsen second for now, with Craig Twardock right behind him. Benjamin Hooper in fourth. Toby Cyril looking to fend off Ian Skeen here for fifth position. We're actually going to stay on board with them as they go down towards the 90. What's the plan for Ian Skeen? The Aston Martin's to the inside and up into fifth goes Ian Skeen. Toby Cyril then down to sixth. Jörg Masserat watching from 7th. Conor Letford in 8th position. Alan Alexander in 9th. And Jake Garrett in 10th position. Nick Mask in 11th. Norbilan Bele fighting with Matthew Williams for 12th position. What's the going rate here down into turn 1? Williams is to the outside and Bele to the inside. Ferrari versus McLaren for 12th position. Going the long way around is Matthew Williams. And I think he's just got it in there in the nick of time. But fighting him back is Norbilan Bele for 12th. This is brilliant stuff here to watch just outside the top 10. We're going up through the S's now. We may have to cut away from our battle for second here as we just quickly see this little snippet of action between Norbilan Bele with UGL and Matthew Williams with Fats GT. Down towards the inner loop chicane we go, cutting it to the inside briefly was Williams, but that ended up cutting a lot of his momentum out through that section of the track, and Bele's held him off quite nicely there and has now forced him back into Ben Cheeseman's Mercedes. The 114 now up to 14th from last in this race. Spencer Kiss right behind him. Lee Evans in 16th position with VSR Endurance. Tony Garona is in the pits in the 416. Goldman in 18th position at the moment in the 789 after that early pit stop. And Danny Meeldijk in the 787 is down in 19th position. So a bit of a mixture then of fortune for the exclusive team. 5 cars listed in this race. Right now, one leads this race and the other one is barely clinging on to second right now. He's keeping the MSA at bay for now, but for how much longer can he keep the ball rolling? Because it looks like Twardock's only getting faster and faster in that Ferrari. Pound for pound, he's got better tyre longevity in that 296 than the car in front and behind him. Let's see where the penny drops then. We're heading down the back straight yet again here. About 1/4 mile between 4 and 5 there. Into the inner loop chicane we go. Nicholson's Twardock and now joining from the back of them as well as Benjamin Hooper. That makes it a 3-car battle at the moment for second position. 2 MSA cars may have to find themselves suddenly working together here to get past this exclusive McLaren. We're staying on board then. From the defending perspective at the moment, we'll quickly go on board with Craig Twardock's perspective. We quickly see here. And Bele and Williams are still fighting for that position. Cheeseman giving him a bump up the backside round the inner loop chicane. The Mercedes had to back out of that one very, very quickly. Nearly backed himself up into Bensei Kiss in the number 711. That could have gone nuclear. That could have been a very, very bad outcome for all. Let's quickly go back on board then in our fight for third position. Craig Twardock is 0.4 of a second either side of it. Hooper's 0.4 behind him, and he's 0.4 behind Mickelson's. Could go any which way here. It is now a 3-car fight for second position in this race. We're watching from the perspective then of the car right in the middle of it. The number 414 of Craig Twardock and David Silf. These drivers right on the ragged edge for braking. They're using every available inch of the track down through turn 1. Now as we go rocketing through turns 2 and 3. Now this is where Ford has got a great advantage. You can see Benjamin Hooper is not too far away at all. In fact, he's right alongside Craig Twardock, who himself is eyeing up the rear quarter of Elmas Mikkelsen's, but he's had to let Hooper roll on by. The Mustang's got better straight line speed. Heading through the inner loop chicane. We're going to have to get quickly on board then with Benjamin Hooper. After what was a grand move there down the back straight. He himself is now fighting in and of itself for second position. He's fighting against Elmas Mikkelson's now. He's been led on by his teammate Craig Twardock. MSA's throwing everything at the wall there with the 414. It's now the 415's turn to come and have a go. What can Hooper do then on his run into Sector 3? Now over 10 seconds up the field is Matteo Mastromaro. Elmas Mikkelson's nearly hit across the back end there by Hooper. Looks like Twardock may have his opportunity to go and roll on by his teammate again. He knows that he's given him the opportunity fair and square to try and hunt down that McLaren. But with any more issues like that, it's going to have to be a role reversal for MSA if they want to stay in this fight. Round turn 11 we go. You can see that despite that trip up there down into turn 8, Elmas Mikkelson's, after very nearly being ran off the road, has actually found the courage now, or encouragement I should say, to really get a wriggle on now. He's up by over a second away from these two, starting to pull away through Sector 1. You can see the difference in straight line speed here as we get onto the back straight between the Ford and the Ferrari of Twardock and Hooper. Try as he may, foot all the way into the bulk of the car, just cannot keep pace with Ford. Over those curbs, definitely had a very good go of it. We'll catch up with these three later on. Matteo Mastromaro and Fazzy Binks then, the 791, the first of its kind for exclusive in that Mustang. Of course, made its debut, I think, last round, as a matter of fact, in Bathurst. It was an interesting sight to see exclusive start listing some front-engine cars like the BMW and the 790 and the 791 on screen here of the Ford Mustang. But it has proven to be a gamble well worth its weight in gold. Since their signing of Matteo Mastromaro, this car has been on absolute fire this race. Unparalleled performance by Mastromaro. And it could be Ford's time to shine here. Their second win as a manufacturer looming beyond the horizon. But they've still got 3.5 hours to make that possible. But with a start like that, it's very hard to take this off of Matteo Mastromaro. See at the moment, Toby Cyril down to 6th. So just outside the top 5 now for K1 Esports, being hunted down by Jörg Masrat in the 777 NRW Performance Ferrari. Looking around the field as well, Ben Cheeseman's now up a position on Bensei Kiss. And Mbele not too far away from them either. Ilkay Kilinkoglu has taken a very early mandatory pit stop. He's got fuel and tyres now on the 416. Did do that earlier on in the race, I believe not long after his incident with the number 77. We're back on board with Elmas Mikkelson's now finding himself more so than ever back into a defensive stance, fighting for second against Benjamin Hooper in the 415 Mustang. Down into turn 6, at shoot corner we go. Hooper's found his wings now with that Ford. You see that it is a much cleaner drive than what we saw out of the last couple of laps days. Really sort of wizened up his act there. It is properly with it now on the fight against Mikkelson's. Being pushed along there by his teammate Craig Twardock. Right now, Mikkelson's is sort of acutely aware of the fact that there's only maybe 2 or 3 major overtaking spots on the entirety of this track. We're running up to one right now, and he's already just far enough away to not have to worry too much unless he really lummoxes the exit of turn 11, which it looked like he did there. He's 0.2 of a second now, only ahead of Benjamin Hooper, but I think it might just be too far away for anything down at the 90 there. Nonetheless, the Mustang Could have seen all the way up the exhaust manifold of that McLaren with how close he was down at turn 1. Now we're coming up on the second major overtaking opportunity, and that's this back straight here. He needs as much distance between himself and the Ford as possible. There's only so much so that McLaren can give, and the Ford is unparalleled in a straight line. Despite its weight gain for balance of performance, there is very little one can do to kick that 5.4 litre down a notch. Pound for pound, one of the best engines in the game at the moment. Maybe not so in real life. If you've watched the World Endurance Championship, you'll know that the 5.4 has a bit of an unhealthy habit of blowing up suddenly and without warning. But on ACC, we don't have to worry about engine wear all too much. Looks like Elmas Mikkelsen's has got a lot more to worry about than engines as far as things are concerned there. That slip up down at turn 6 very nearly lost him the position. He now finds himself with an absolute maelstrom of cars backing up on his heels there as we head down the boot straight towards turn 8 at the heel. Hooper nearly losing the position out to Twadok. It was in the palm of their hands to take second off of Elmas Mikkelsen's, but that McLaren has put up such a remarkable fight. We do have yellow flags out. That's for the inner loop chicane, the number 100 of Norbiel Mbele in trouble there. 787 of Danny Meeldijk just getting him by as we speak. The number 100 looks to be getting mobile again. It's back out on track. Back into green flag conditions then. That doesn't concern these three drivers. They're just beyond that area of jurisdiction. That was an incident down in Sector 2. We're back at Sector 1 now on the run down to the 90 here on lap 17. 3.5 hours left to go and still excitement this far in. Down through turn 1 we go. You see Hooper and Twadok are now closer to each other than they are to Elmas Mikkelsen's. It was a brilliant opening line by the Latvian driver for Exclusive Esports. And that fight for second is very much closer to being a fight for third between the two MSA cars, but they know strategy-wise it's just not feasible to be fighting this early on in the race. They're trying to work together here, and they very nearly had that opportunity in the last lap, courtesy of that slip up out of turn 6 by Mikkelsen's to have the position off of him, but he's just done very, very well over the course of the last half hour to roll with the punches. We do have another yellow flag. I believe there may be major damages for the number 100. It's been limping at this section of the track. And it was this bump here, just on the exit of turn 6 on the right-hand side, is what set Mikkelsen's with a little bit of upset to the balance of that McLaren. Very nearly cost him second. You can see it was a stab of oversteer as he gets around the toe curve. Got a little bit too much curb on the inside. Fortunately, the two cars behind him went a little bit deep in that corner as well, so it all bounces back on each other. Round turn 8 we go then, the heel curve. All three drivers getting a nice, healthy dose of curb on the left-hand side on the exit of that corner. Up through turn 9, down towards turn 10 we go. They are quickly approaching the number 100. Looks like Norbiel Mbele will be able to get it to the pit lanes. And the number 100 UGL Ferrari, they're just out of the way then of this approaching tide of cars in the fight for second place. Elmas Mikkelsen's millimetres from the wall there is still being pursued by both of the MSA cars, 415 and 414 of Hooper and Twadok. Another thing to consider as well, lingering in the background there is our fourth element in this fight here. Of course, we've got two MSA cars, one exclusive car. We could very well find ourselves with an extra car from Euro Titans. It's just lingering in the background, about a corner away from these three at this time, is Ian Skeen. He's been finding ground in the last couple of laps, and that's been compounded by these three almost tripping over one another in that middle sector of the track in the last 2 laps. It's just allowing him ever closer to the fight, and following on his trails at the moment is a whole swarm of cars from a myriad of teams heading now currently through the inner loop chicane. We're watching with this fight though 3 cars in all for the battle of second from the perspective of the leading car of this 3-car pack, Elmas Mikkelsen's. There are a lot of stakes involved in this very fight. While Matteo Mastromaro in the 791 could be hunting down a race win, and with the pace that he's on at the moment, it's very hard to say that he won't get a race win with 3 hours and 27 minutes to go. It's a bit of a long-winded call, but he's 15 seconds up the field. We're not even an hour into the race. That is remarkable pace at the moment. But the real stakes of the championship lie in this fight at the moment. The leading car of this championship is the number 788 on screen at the moment. Elmas Mikkelsen's, who was previously joined by teammate Nat Bennett, got 2 race wins in a row in both Bathurst and in the race before. I tend to forget because there was this gap between Spain and the other event. I always tend to forget now what it was. Looking in those race wins, it was Belgium. It was the 6-hour race. And they took back-to-back wins on that. So they'd be hunting race win number 3 were it not for the fact that the 791 is present with such incredible pace. We also saw in that last lap as well, razor thin between Hupert and Twardok for position, but still the Mustang staying out in front. There is that tactical element to keeping the Mustang out in front. Yes, the line has been worse from Hupert in the last couple of laps, but that straight line speed is just tearing a hole in the slipstream for that Ferrari to keep following. So his trailer is really hitched right now to the performance of that Ford. In the background, though, you can see the 414 took it very, very wide on the run to turn 5. Fortunately, they're still able to drive that Ferrari back on a track. It wasn't a major incident for the 414, but he is a long way away from that fight of second place. His teammate now is acting solo in their endeavours to get MSA to the top 2. We'll catch up with these two later on, as it looks like Mikkelsen's is opening the tap yet again. Is looking to kill this battle before it has the chance to kick on again. We want to see the real long train of cars here. It's a cars on mixture of lengths in the race. We're watching Connor Letford here. In front of him is Lee Evans. Behind him is Ilkay Kilinkoglu. 18th in front of him, 15th behind him, all on different lengths of the race. We want to try and get a look here in the fight between the 777 and the number 1. This is the fight for 6th position. We're watching with the attacking car, Jörg Masserat, hunting down Toby Cyril. NRW versus K1 Esports as we go heading into Sector 3. See, despite the straight line speed that the Mustang has in spades to keep itself in front of the Ferrari there, once we get down to the corners, you can see where the K1 car is starting to struggle a little bit up against the NRW Ferrari. But conversely, you can see just how much more of the track the Ferrari's having to use to keep pace with the Ford, especially in this high-speed section of the track. Swinging it sort of closer into the apex and further out past it. Trying to conserve as much momentum as possible because he knows he's going to need it on this section of the track if he wants to stay anywhere near as close as he is to the Ford by the time he gets to turn 5. He's done that very nicely through the inner loop chicane, but you can just see the difference in mentality. The Ford is able to plow straight over those curbs, whereas the Ferrari is having to sort of tiptoe around. There's this great degree of urgency from the Ferrari. Almost petrified of touching those curbs, and it's not hard to see why. The Ferrari is looking a little bit skittish, but teetering right on the ragged edge of what performance is capable of from these mid-engine cars is seeming to work quite nicely for quite a few drivers. We saw as well with Elmas Mikkelsen's another mid-engine car with McLaren right on the ragged edge up against front-engine cars like the Ford Mustang and held its nerve remarkably well. Three hours, 22 minutes left to go. We're nearing the end of the first hour. It's starting to simmer down in that fight for 6th for the moment. Toby Cyril finding his way into a groove as Jörg Masserat loses ground over the course of the first couple of corners. Finds Jake Goldman in the 789, closing in on him from 14th position, looking to unlap himself from the cars in 7th and 6th. We're going to go back on board there with, I believe we saw a disconnect from the number 100. I may be mistaken in that. Let's go on board then with Elmas Mikkelsen's from the perspective of second place here. We're back into the fight for second. Mikkelsen's and Hooper have a stab of oversteer on the exit of turn 7. That invites Craig Twardok back into play with that Ferrari. He's right on the back end of his teammate. You can see Ian Skeen has found 2 seconds in the last couple of laps that we've seen him. and could very well find himself in that fight for second with Euro Titans very, very soon. We're still watching from the perspective of the 788. He's still heading up through the S's and down towards the back straight. Huppert's got so much straight line speed to give there. It's very nearly side by side on the run to the inner loop chicane, but he has to back out there knowing it is so incredibly difficult to survive a manoeuvre on either side of it down into that section of the track. Heading out of turn 7, down towards turn 8. 0.3 of a second in that fight for second at the moment. Huppert's really just stuck down in sector 3. Very few overtaking opportunities in store. He's going to have to hope for a mistake out of Mikkelson's, but it's been such a bulletproof defence at the moment by the McLaren that it is very, very hard to find any kind of cracks in that performance. All the meanwhile, Craig Twaldock has been mostly a passive observer to this. He's not got the straight line speed that his teammate has, nor is he going to be expecting Huppert to roll over and let him have a go. He's already gone one way on that situation. There is still greater potency with the Mustang being able to fight the McLaren. The strategy, I imagine, would be that once Huppert's out in front, he's going to start defending vehemently that second position to force the McLaren back into the Ferrari. You can see the Ford now alongside the McLaren, but has to back out earlier on the brakes by Ben Huppert. Out through the inner loop chicane, then to the outer loop. Nearly found his way to the inside again on Elmas Mikkelson's. The heat is really starting to it's really starting to build up here for Benjamin Huppert on his fight against Elmas Mikkelson's. Firing on all 8 cylinders there. A little bump over the grass. Knocks about a 10th out of him. Heading down into turn 7. Twaldock's just following his line there. He's glued to him on his push through to second. But Elmas Mikkelson's has put on a spectacular defensive performance there to keep these two at bay. It's just good, consistent driving out of the McLaren. Very few slip-ups there. Save for that one that we just saw on the exit of turn 8, but so minute in the grand scheme of things. 0.4 of a second is the gap currently. We can see that Ian Skeen is closing in fast. That Aston Martin is looking on with great intent at the fight for second, knowing that at any point if this spills over, we get even the slightest hint of contact between the pair of them. Not only will Twaldock gain a position if he can thread the eye of a needle on this fight, Skeen will be right with them the moment the ice breaks. So down through turn 1 we go. Benjamin Huppert still following on. We're going to try and get a look over the rear spoiler of Elmas Mikkelson's McLaren, just to give you an indication of how close the Mustang is to him on our run to the back straight. You can see just how much straight line speed the Mustang is able to give, and now rocketing out of turn 4, nearly side by side, backs out of it yet again, missing out the opportunity to strike down at the inner loop chicane as we make our way to turn 5 at the outer loop curve. Benjamin Huppert closer than ever on Elmas Mikkelson's for second. Back over the rear spoiler, you can see even in the braking zones there, it's barely a car's length between the Ford and the McLaren in this fight for second. That Ferrari, same distance as well, so it's traffic almost here for second place. 3 cars in all, could soon be 4 with the fighting they've been giving for this position so far. Ian Skeen's about to drop below the 3-second barrier, but I think he's going to miss out on his opportunity to see a move for second from all the way back there. 3 seconds off at the moment. What is 3 seconds to 3/10 here, which is the gap between Hooper and Mikkelson's? That drops to 0.2 of a second. He's getting closer and closer and closer. Could even be eyeing up a move into the 90 on the momentum that he's carried over the course of this lap here on lap 24 at Watkins Glen International. Down through turn 11 we go. Mikkelsen still holding on to second. Hooper clawing from third. Twardock right with them from fourth. Ian Skeen is catching up fast. He's below that 3-second barrier as we go heading into turn 1. You can see just how close now the gap is between the pair of them. You don't need to get an onboard ride with the McLaren just to see that that Ford is eyeing him up. The light will be hitting the back of his helmet through the window slit on that McLaren. That's how close the Mustang is to him now as we go up the S's towards the back straight. This could be his opportunity now that he's been waiting for so long. Benjamin Hooper now in a drag race with Elmas Mikkelsens. It's going to have to be really brave stuff from either side to get out on top here into the inner loop chicane, side by side through the first part, and having to cut over, and then I believe nearly losing out his position to Craig Twardock. He did risk it all in that situation. He's lucky to come out there with 4 wheels still on the car. That could have gone very, very sour. Elmas Mikkelsens was very, very brave there to hold on to his line. Have a quick look around the field to see where our other battles could be coming from. We'll go quickly back on board with our battle for second. We just want to see what the situation is across the track. Currently the situation for Ian Skeen, as we can see, Craig Twardock has now passed Benjamin Hooper, is up into third, so Skeen will be eyeing up the back of the Mustang now. It's another driver swap around for MSA. You also see Masserat v Cyril. This is for 6th. Jörg Masserat with NRW versus Toby Cyril with K1 Esports. Ford versus Ferrari here in Watkins Glen for 6th position. Keep a close eye on these two, but we want to try and go back on board then in our fight for second. Craig Twardock is now in the pilot's seat, as it were, to come and have a go for this fight. 0.2 of a second from Elmas Mikkelsens. He was faster than him on that last lap gone. A 1:46 dead by Twardock as we go into the S's. This could be the opportunity that MSA's been waiting for all race long. The 414 has now been given the green light to hunt down Elmas Mikkelsens. It's contact between the pair of them into the wall. Goes Elmas Mikkelsens. Oh my word. It has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Craig Twardock is slowing down. Ian Skeen is right with them. Now as we enter the inner loop chicane, that has gotten very sour. Closer than he thought he'd be after turn 3. Craig Twardock makes contact with Elmas Mikkelsens. It's damage on the number 788. Could be a very quick run to the pit lane by the end of this lap gone. Nonetheless, Twardock in second, Hooper in third, Skeen in fourth with Euro Titans. What on earth just went on there? Just quickly checking back in on our fight here for 6th place. Could very quickly become the fight for 5th, with Elmas Mikkelsens looking to take immediate run into the pit lane on damage. In the moment, Jay Goldman is somewhat of an observer to this fight. We're watching very quickly here in the fight for 6th position. This is with Jörg Masserat with NRW Performance. We go heading down into turn 8. He's hunting down Toby Cyril with K1 Esports. We're getting very close then to the passover point for our first stint of this race. Masserat would be passing over for Sebastian Turner. Toby Cyril will be handing over to Martijn van Manen. It could be just before that run into the pits. A little overtake on the horizon. We can see now the number 788 of Elmas Mikkelsens is into the pit lane. What's the going rate for these two? I think they're going to stay out for a few more laps. They've definitely got the choice to do so. So now this becomes the fight for 5th position. Jörg Masserat chasing Toby Cyril all the way down to the 90 at turn 1 here on lap 27. 3 hours, 12 minutes left to go here in Watkins Glen. And a dramatic opening hour there. Fate suddenly shifting out of the hands of the number 788. There's major damages to be repaired on that McLaren. Could we be seeing a swap of hands here for the lead of this championship in this very race. It is absolutely possible, with only 31 points dividing the 414 and the 788, which were the two cars that collided on our run out of turn 4. Right now, we're watching the battle for 5th. We're going to go back on board with the fight between Ian Skeen and Benjamin Hooper very shortly. He'll be fighting for 3rd at the moment. That gap currently at about 0.3 of a second, so we will be going on board with that very, very shortly. Let's see what the going rate is here just as we get down towards turn 7. Masserat holding short there on Toby Cyril's Ford. Let's get on board with Ian Skeen. Currently in 4th position. It's been a hell of a ride already for the Euro Titans 696 team. The Skeen looks to eye up Benjamin Hooper at 4th position. This is for 3rd for the Aston Martin. Very, very dim conditions at the moment. They still can barely see each other. It's 11:58 p.m. local. It's going to be a night race for its entirety here. We're not seeing a reverse run of things like we saw in Japan, where it goes from sort of evening, still daylight hours into nighttime. We're still on board with Ian Skeen. Up through the S's we go then. Now, the Aston Martin definitely doesn't have the same kind of straight line speed the Ford brings to the table, but we must consider he's in the slipstream of the Ford. He'll still be able to stay close, but in terms of outpacing a Ford pound for pound is a very tough challenge. It's going to take some serious grit in the corners here. Of course, two front-engine cars, they can both absolutely slam tackle the inner loop chicanes, curbs. Very little threat of a loss of stability between either of them. We could see some real touring cars level stuff between Hooper and Skeen in this fight for 3rd. Both of them can throw caution to the wind when it comes to abusing those curbs. The cars can absolutely take the fight. These are the two juggernauts of the GT3 class here in the Console Endurance Series. The Aston Martin V8 Vantage and the Ford Performance Mustang GT3. But down towards turn 8 we go. Meanwhile, I think I can update you in saying that the 777 is now up and ahead of the number 1. The number 1 is in the pit lane, though. However, we must consider, I think it is an early run to the pits for Toby Cyril. We're still back on board with Ian Skeen. Out through turn 11 we go. He's really pushing the envelope out millimetres from the wall there after turn 11. Down towards the line to start lap 29 of this race. Just over, I should say, 3 hours left to go in this race. We're approaching the end of our first hour, so Skeen will be considering his options in passing over to Hayden Puttick. It's been a remarkable opening stint. Could he be looking at a double stint to take himself through the first 50% of the race length and then handing over to Hayden Puttick? We're not entirely sure what the strategy is for Euro Titans. We'll be trying to get a word out of Ian Skeen later on in this race. We know that he's usually up for chats over the course of these races. It has been a brilliant opening stint for Euro Titans. They kept themselves out of trouble, and for their efforts, they are looking very close here at being on the podium after the first hour. Right now, that gap still in en passant, just around a second, hovering at the mark between Benjamin Hooper and Ian Skeen. We go heading out of turn 4. Go on board with some of the other battles here towards the end of the first hour. Things starting to die down a little bit now as strategy becomes a present factor in this race. With Craig Twardock trying to gain any ground at all on Matteo Mastromaro, it's 26.7 seconds is the gap between MSA and Exclusive at the front row. Just over an hour left to go. 3 hours, I should say, left to go. MSA's sudden decision to field a Ford Mustang has been, I'd say, instrumental in their success today. Hooper has had a remarkable drive. Hang on, we have to just quickly cut away here. We do have yellow flags. It's for the 789 car, that I believe has run into some trouble down at turn 7. We want to try and get a look here as we rapidly try and find them. There, you can see that's the 789 car to the right-hand side of this perspective. We're watching with Jake Garrett in the 813. We're back into yellow flags now. It was Jake Goldman that ran into trouble down at turn 7. Elmas Mikkelsen's in the 788 then. After that impact, is now 12th in this race. Martin van Manen just over 6 seconds, just under 7 away from the McLaren. It's a long, long way, but he's got 3 hours left to turn this back into a front row finish. It's absolutely possible with the pace that Mikkelsen's had in that first hour. But that spin out is definitely put him a long, long way from home. An understated performance today has been that of Tempest. They've really just been sneaking around inside the top 10, keeping themselves clear of any trouble. They're 9 seconds ahead of the number 315 of Alan Alexander, but only 3 seconds behind Jörg Masserat. So we could see the battle of the privateers here going into the second hour. NRW versus Tempest. It'll be a sight to behold. Tempest, of course, are already race winners in this series. They have a lot of career potency on their hands coming into this round of the championship. You can say the same for NRW Performance, though sadly they've been without a race win in this series. Always been in and around the opportunity to get one, but luck has never really been on NRW's side, so it seems. But Jörg Masserat and Sebastian Turner have got their hands full at the moment, already having secured a top 5 position after the first hour of racing. We are going to take a look, however. This is in the fight for 10th position. We just noticed this on the exit of the inner loop chicane. It's 0.7 of a second between Ben Sikis and Nick Mashk. So Paul Ralph versus Spontaneous Racing here in the fight for 10th position. Porsche versus BMW at the back of the top 10. We'll stay on board with this for the time being. It's looking to get interesting between the pair. The 711 Porsche is following from behind. Of course, we're watching with the leading of the two car in 10th position. Currently defending 4th position. It's Nick Mashk. And the number 45. Having a look here towards the end of the first hour, things have changed rather dramatically inside that top 10 since the race start. Of course, we had a few incidents to report over the course of this race, namely that being the one between the 788 and the 414, which we can see heading into the pits at the moment. That's the Mercedes of Ben Cheeseman, who got themselves up into the top 10, so a very valiant opening drive there by K1 Esports number 114, managing to surf a lot of the chaos happening towards the front of the pack to put themselves inside the top 10 before the end of their first pit stop. Matteo Mastromaro leads this race by nearly a lap to Craig Twardock. Benjamin Hooper in third. Ian Skeen, 1.6 seconds out, is looking to attack for position, potentially going into the next stint of this race. Jörg Masserat's inside the top 5 with NRW. Connor Letford with Tempest, 2.2 seconds behind him, is in 6th position. Alan Alexander with Euro Titans in the 315 makes 7th position ahead of the Academy Euro Titans car of Jake Garrett, the 813 BMW. We're watching here with Nick Mashk, who has now gone up an extra position thanks to Cheeseman's pit stop. is up into 9th. Behind him there in the top 10 is Bense Kiss with the Paul Ralph number 711 Porsche. Ben Cheeseman's in the pits at the moment. We can see that Ian Skeen is now also joining from 4th position as Cheeseman swaps over to Milbank in the 114 on his way out of the pit lane. So we'll see what Skeen's strategy is going forward. Leaving the pit lane, he'll be likely swapping over to his teammate Puttock. As we get towards the end of that first hour, we're now starting to see the first of our major pit stops by a lot of the teams up front. Of course, we've had a few that have had to sort of belay that, go in early due to complications. Of course, the 788 was among them, went into the pits on that lap, the infamous lap now, that turn 4 incident. Watching here with Connor Letford, 1.9 seconds from Jörg Masserat. We'll see what the two privateers are up to on their way down towards the pits. They're currently down at turn 6, however. In the middle sector, not too far away, is Ilkay Kilinkoglu and Scott Milbank. So Benjamin Hooper is into the pit lane in the 4:15. We'll see what the going is for Masserat and Letford. Are they going to stay out one more lap and gain a position here? See that Letford's definitely taking the initiative. He's following Masserat. They'll be going up into those podium positions very shortly there. Up into 4th position. Masserat's now up to 3rd. Swadok's still out on the field in the 4:14. Let's see what's going on then inside the pit lane. It's 2 of the Euro Titans cars following each other in. That's Alan Alexander and Jake Garrett. The 3:15 and 8:13 into the pits now as we speak. And speaking of Euro Titans, there's Hayden Puttock out on track just ahead of Bense Kiss. We're going to try and get a word out of his teammate Ian Skeen in the next couple of minutes' time. There is a yellow flag out for turn 1. It's the 114. It's the Mercedes there. You can see just hanging to the outside of the track. We're going to try and get on board with the 114. Scott Milbank ran into some kind of technical problem down at the 90 there. He's back going. He's going to have to just avoid getting into the iron sights there of Lee Evans in the 77. He's back out on track. We're back in the green flag conditions. Let's see if we can get a word then out of Ian Skeen. Of course, it has been a while since we've last spoken to Ian Skeen. He's a good friend of the TRTN channel. Let's see if we can get a word then out of the driver for the 696. We're going to go back on board with his teammate if we can, just before we call him up. You can see a myriad of driver changes, but Alan Alexander picks up a stop-go 30, so that is a serious blow for Euro Titans. And for Alan Alexander's prospects coming into this round of the championship, the 3:15 is going to have to take a run into the pit lane. We're on board with Puttock. Just narrowly avoided what looked to be some kind of incident there. The yellow flags were temporarily shown. You can see the race leader, Matteo Mastromaro, is actually very quickly approaching this fight for 5th between himself and Benjamin Hoopert. Let's see if we can get a word out of Ian Skeen then.
There we go.
Hi there, Ian. Hope you don't mind us calling you up after your first stint there. Very, very good opening stint, I must say. How do you think that the 696 is looking over the course of this race?
Better than we have done in past events, I'd say. We're not at the back and then having to pull a comeback through the field again. Managed to have a pretty decent start. Apart from the 791 just shooting off into the distance, but they've got some serious pace. Yeah, tried to make the most of a bad situation between the 414 and the 788, but it appeared to me that they kind of blocked the track trying to wait for each other, but you know, we move on. Yeah, it's looking good as long as we can keep the pace up. I think the MSA Ferrari has to repair some damage. and we've got past the Mustang. So yeah, looking forward to the rest of this event. To be fair, just hoping that Hayden's just getting used to the car again after finishing work. So as soon as he gets dialed in, yeah, we should have some pretty decent pace to try and close the gap up to P1. But that's going to be a big ask. I think P2 is going to be the best that we're going to be able to do today. But anything can happen.
Absolutely, and that incident, of course, you mentioned just then between the 788 and the 414, you really, not to stir the pot or anything, do you have a comment on that? Of course, you were one of the primary witnesses of that. I think you were down at turn 3, the incident occurred at turn 4, it looked like rubber banding. But from your perspective, what did it look like to you?
It looked like Elmore's connection's probably a little bit not optimal or suboptimal, moving around quite a bit. Even like non-intentionally, obviously it's not going on and off the throttle, but the rubber banding's definitely, I think, what's caused that. And Craig was just trying to stick as far or as close to the back end of that car to try and get a run into the bus stop. It's just unfortunate coming together, it seemed.
Yeah, from our perspective, it did look like a racing incident. Of course, there's already been a little bit of bad blood between MSA and Exclusive. Of course, in line with what Race Control's been telling us, and of course in line with NLRL protocol, do try to keep things civil in the chat as well. That's not a dig necessarily at you, Ian. You've not actually got involved in the incident as far as I'm led to believe, but it's just something we're having to make a declaration about as well, because obviously things can get very nuclear when there's a championship on the line. And that incident, of course, that's possibly one of the worst ones there could have been, couldn't it? It's between two championship leading competitors. It's a 31-point gap. It could now swing in favour of MSA after that incident, so definitely
Yeah, because I think they were looking to get three in a row. Is it? They won the last two, Bathurst
yeah,
and the one before. I forgot what the
Spa.
one before was.
Yeah, Spa. It was yeah, Spa and Bathurst. I seem to forget that as well. I don't know what necessarily happened. I think it was Spa. It was a lot more of a quiet race than I think a lot of people were remembering it for, and I think that's why it kind of sinks under the memory for a while. You've got two races either side of it that were quite exciting. You had Barcelona and you had Bathurst, and then Spa sort of in the middle there. That's just sort of a points race for a lot of people.
I think people have tried to forget Spa because it was soggy. Not a lot of people like wet racing, but each to their own. Yeah, we'll see what we can do with this. 5 seconds off Silth now. Doesn't look like they've repaired their damage because we're about the same distance off them now as we were before. And I'd imagine with the rubber banding, unless it was just purely netcode, they might have a bit of front end damage. Just hope that Silth doesn't have the same pace as Craig, but I'm not one to speculate on people's abilities. They're both definitely quick, as I saw when we raced together in the XCL Pro Series. But yeah, just got to hope for a few mistakes from the cars ahead so we can make up a few positions, and hopefully we don't go over the limit a few too many times and end up driving through the pit lane.
Well, all the best of luck to you and Patrick. Of course, now you're up into the top 3. It's kind of, for the second stint, it's all about staying in that position on track, just sort of keeping under the radar for a little bit, keeping out of trouble. I think the worst has now come to pass there after that first hour. I think that's typically where we see a lot of make or break in comeback performances.
The first hour and then the last 30 minutes will probably be the most aggressive because people want to make up positions very quickly to try and push on for the end of the race. But yeah, we'll try and stay out of trouble for the next like 2.5 hours, and if we're in a position at that time to make a move for a position, then we'll see what happens.
Right, well, all the best of luck to you.
Cheers, Regan.
So that was a word out of Ian Skeen then, and the 696 Aston Martin. His teammate Hayden Puttick is now on for the second stint of this race. About 2.7, actually, sorry, 4.1. That was 2.7 was the gap for Millbank. It was about 4.1, now just dropped to 3.9 seconds from David Silf, who now takes the helm of the number 414. Now we would possibly consider asking Twadok or the 788 of Mickelson's or his teammate for a word. However, in the interest of not trying to stir the pot in the growing drama that is already occurring between MSA and Exclusive, we're going to respectfully keep out of that situation, and that goes for the teams as well. Of course, incidents do happen. I highly doubt this is out of any kind of pre-constructed sense of malice. I would say these are mostly just in and of themselves racing incidents, totally spontaneous and not can be attributed to malice. So to keep things as civil as can be, of course, obviously there are a lot of nerves on this. There are a lot of hopes and wishes riding on these races as well. But at the end of the day, it is, still a game. There's still within every reason to act like adults in this situation. It's Giovanni Rogers in the number 100. So UGL are back in this race. They're down in 19th after what looked like a disconnect earlier on when it was Mbele behind the wheel. Rogers is now at the wheel of the number 100 and is looking to just get things home here. Still being able to finish inside the top 20, which is the only available positions in this race, would still mean points on the board for UGL. It may not have been the start they were after, but it's a start they're still going to be able to walk away from if they can get to the checkered flag in 2 hours 51 minutes time. Matteo Mastromaro still leads this race and looks to be going long for stints then. After that first stint, still hasn't counted towards a mandated pit stop. He's double stinting and is going to be holding off on extra tyres. He knows he's got the longevity in that Mustang after what was a phenomenal opening stint. He's already taken 1 pit stop. Isn't looking to hand over to his teammate too soon. He may leave it until the second half of the race here before Fazzy Binks gets a turn in the number 791. Nonetheless, it has been a fantastic start by Matteo Mastromaro on his debut drive to exclusive. Speaking of Mustangs, here's Martijn van Manen. He's 3.5 seconds from Kieran Rodd in the Euro Titans Academy BMW. I must say, for a return to form here, it has really been quite a remarkable race for K1 Esports. Now, they've had a myriad of mixed results over the course of the last couple of races they've competed in as a team. As individual talents, their drivers have gone on to win races in the Sunday League. Wesley Kuiper, of course, a driver for K1 Esports, won in the Sunday League's Donington round last Sunday. The next round in Bathurst coming up tomorrow, same time, at around 6:30, 1800 if you're looking in 24 hours. I'm just going to quickly go over towards this fight here. Marvin Koch is being pursued by Alan Alexander and John Williams for 11th position. It could be 3 cars in all. And with 10.5 seconds up the road, they're a long way away from Martin Pesty. Alan Alexander, though, has taken Marvin Koch for absolute ransom there. Round turn 5. It's walked on by that BMW. Oh my, that was remarkably aggressive, but he kept it so clean. He left absolutely nothing up to spare there. That was absolutely ruthless. See here, Elmas Mikkelsens, despite the damage incurred a couple laps back, is in the top 5. Has had to go very long here on an emergency 1.5 stinter. And in these prevailing and definitely unorthodox circumstances at play, Mikkelsens is still looking to rake in decent points by the looks of it at the moment if he can finish in 5th. And that his rival in the 414 finishes where they are. They're currently 2nd in the race, if I'm not mistaken. You stay on board, as a matter of fact, with Elmas Mikkelsens and just pull up the chart on the left-hand side and be much easier. So with Self in 2nd, we're going to run some quick maths on this. And Mikkelsens in 5th. That gap at the moment only is, it's about 12 points difference there. So it will start to really chip away at the gap that they've got. That gap currently sitting at around 31 points between 1st and 2nd place. That will just under half that if they are to finish where they are. And it could eye things up as we've only a few more rounds left in this championship. Looking at the calendar as well. The next race coming up in April takes us to Kyle Army on April 5th. That's the penultimate round of the championship, as thereafter we've got a 6-hour round at the Nürburgring N24 layout. That is going to be a real kicker for quite a few of these teams, a make or break moment. And by the looks of it, this drama has now given rise to what is going to be a very interesting last couple of races in the championship. If they are to keep chipping away at their points, they could be almost looking neck and neck going into the Nürburgring. It's going to take quite the comeback on today and on next month's race at Kyle Army for exclusive to claw this one back. It is looking to get very dramatic. Looking around the field, here's Connor Letford. They're down in 17th position. A recent pit stop then for Tempest. They've got a long way to go. But I have faith in this privateer team. Of course, previous time race winners. One out in Barcelona on a dominant drive in the blistering heat in Spain. They are without that adage of heat in the tyres of that McLaren. Of course, nighttime conditions. The track's not getting any temperature outside of the heat generated by those tyres. There's a real push and pull game. They've got less grip to play with, but it's nowhere near the kind of downpour conditions we had back in Spa. Drivers ought to consider themselves lucky then that we're not back in conditions like Spa. I do believe we might be on for one more wet race by the end of this season, though I can't confirm that to you at this time. I'm watching here, Ilkeo killing Coglu in the 416 has had a remarkable comeback since that first stint incident down at the inner loop chicane. They've done very, very nicely to put themselves back up inside the top 10. Of course, let's get a look at that championship standings yet again, of which I believe the 416 is still a part of. Of course, that front row is where we saw the incident between the 788 and the 414. And that gap looks to be coming down by the end of this round. The 787 is somewhere in the fray as well. They've got 209 points and currently third. They could be losing that position out, though, by the end of this round, with Tempest with 198 points looking to be in the steads for another top 10 finish, though they're going long on strategy. The 789 with 197 points makes fifth. Euro Titans 315 with 171 points makes sixth. The 696, which we saw as well, had a very good opening stint. Ian Skeen and Hayden Puttock have 158 points and could be jumping a few positions by the end of this race. NRW in 8th with 146 points. MSA's 416, which we're watching on screen with at the moment, is in 9th and look to be gaining positions. And NLR's number 5, which I believe is a no-show in this race, with 138 points, is only going to continue to drop more positions before the end of this race. We have Tyler Vermack in chat asking what the current positions of the Euro Titans cars are, having a look through the order. Furthest up the order for Euro Titans as a team is Hayden Puttock in the 696. Currently hunting down David Silf. Will be going on board with that fight for second very, very soon. It has been a remarkable second stint. They're looking to elevate this to even further beyond what they thought was possible coming into this round. It has really been a drive to watch out of Skeen and Puttock. Further down the order for Euro Titans in 6th position is their academy signing of Kieran Rodd. Currently driving in the 813 BMW. They're in 6th position. Then down the line is Alan Alexander in 11th. And for now, that rounds out the Euro Titans lineup. We are going to go on board then with that battle for second place on our hands here. It's 0.4 of a second between David Silf and Hayden Puttock. Aston Martin versus Ferrari for second place in this race. 2 hours, 44 minutes left to go. Of course, we had the pleasure of speaking with Ian Skeen, and it's looking very hopeful for this team. They are aiming for that second place finish. Of course, everyone's aiming for first, but with the 791 so far up the field, they're being realistic about their goals coming into this race. But they could absolutely shift a few positions in the championship by the end of this round. With the drive they've been on, it has been brilliant stuff. It's hard to deny the knockout performance we're seeing up front at the 791. Matteo Mastramaro's inaugural XCL drive has been really one to remember. That's one for the history books for exclusive, as that is a utterly dominant drive. Right now, we're seeing the fight for the positions that remain on the podium, and it's MSA versus Euro Titans in what looks to be an interesting fight on the horizon here. It's gone out to just beyond a second there in the time we've been watching it. A little bit of pushing and pulling between Silf and Puttock. These two on differing strategies as well. These two cars do command different strategies with them. The Aston Martin isn't the kind of car to be used with an aggressive strategy, nor is the Ferrari the kind of car to be used with a conservative one either. So these two on opposite ends of the same coin here. Two different faces of the same coin. Both of them have that vigour for driving. You can see in that last lap, though, that Ferrari just had so much more to give on the Aston. We'll stay on board then with Hayden Puttock. No longer necessarily in the fight for second, but we'll see whether things pick up over the course of this lap. We'll be back in just a moment's time. And we do have a yellow flag out. It's the number 711. We stay on board here with the 696. Number 711 off of the inner loop chicane. We're seeing them re-enter the track in front of David Silf. You can see there to the left-hand side, they've just had to careen back off track. That's Martin Pesty. Back into green flags for these two drivers at the moment. That battle for second in stalemate. They're still hovering around that second barrier. And I've been lucky to avoid any incident down at the inner loop chicane there with the 711 in the way. We'll catch up with these two later on. This is Raffaele Annunziata with the VSR team. This is his first drive this season in the number 77. They're 18th at the moment. Just looking for comfortable points finishes here. A lot of the development drives in the latter half of the season, with only 3 rounds, including this one, left to go before the end of the championship. Career prospects are not on the table for these 3 drivers. It is a development drive for next season by the looks of things, if they are to sign back on for season 2 of the Console Endurance Series. We also have a clarification some while back. This was before we had Ian Skeen from Euro Titans on. This was a clarification about the K1 Esports incident down at turn 1. It was the 114 that had issues with the Mercedes. It was Scott Milbank. He had no force feedback going into the 90 at turn 1. That's what forced him to pull over to the side of the road and reset his wheel. And that is going to be an issue that maybe doesn't get spoken about too much there. As we just see with Sebastian Turner narrowly avoiding Martin Pesty out of turn 11. We're going to take a look here at Milbank v Meeldijk. This next coming battle here, we want to see where it boils over to. This is for 13th position. It's a long, long time since we last saw Exclusive and K1 Esports fighting for position in an endurance race, but we're happy to return to form here. It reminds us of the good old days of the GHR XCC as we watch here with Danny Meeldijk. You can see it was Milbank, now currently 13th and holding for 13th at the moment, trying to defend from Danny Meeldijk. That had those force feedback issues, is now firing on all 8 cylinders. No issues now on technical front. But that has been something that we've seen has been a recurring issue, not necessarily for K1, but for quite a few of the teams over the course of this season, is that biting factor of force feedback failures. Now, we're not necessarily sure if you can attribute it to one specific manufacturer. Now, we know the teams like all manner of things. We've seen teams use Logitech, Thrustmaster, Moser, Fanatec. Those are your main 4. Anyone in chat willing to chip in with some information in regards to reliability, do feel free to do so. It will be a very interesting conversation to have, really, over what would most drivers say is arguably the most reliable manufacturer for software issues. See, the Meeldijk had to roll over for Sebastian Turner, who I must say is on a remarkable drive up in 4th with NRW Performance. Elmas Mikkelsens is in 5th and chasing, but with Turner in traffic, Meeldijk is going to have no issue moving over for his teammate Elmas Mikkelsens, especially on the fact that they've already been scorned of a double podium position, I should say. I think we're forgetting the 791 being 2 postcodes up the road. Meeldijk's coming into the pits. Is the only one to do so then from 14th position. Goldman is in 15th, just getting down towards the line there. Isn't following him into the pits, so Meeldijk down to 15th on this run. A very late run into the pit stops, I believe. See the Goldman now up to 14th position as he makes his way around the 90. Milbank and Turner. Not a fight for position here. Scott Milbank is going to have to move over at some point. He chooses now the opportunity to do so, letting Turner run him on the inside towards the inner loop chicane. Wanted to make sure he didn't lose any more momentum than was necessary. He's 10 seconds ahead of the car in 14th position, that being Jake Goldman in the 789. Elmas Mikkelsens is right behind Scott Milbank there. As you can see, he's holding off out of turn 5. Accidentally finds himself in the way of Mikkelsens by turn 6. He's going to have to try and make his way hastily out of the racing line here to let Mikkelsens get him on by. Down towards turn 7. He's not doing it there. Holds it there to turn 7. The last possible second. He wants to slip right back in on the slipstream of Elmas Mikkelsens to keep himself away from Jake Goldman, who's now 8.7 seconds away. So he's dropped 2 seconds in the time we've been paying attention to Milbank. See here, Hayden Puttock hunting down David Silf. Giovanni Rogers in the number 100, right in front of Silf there. Could there be an issue on the horizon? Rogers goes very very late on the brakes to keep himself out of the way of Silf. But Putic now moving himself side by side. He's up to second as we get up towards the S's. It's side by side between Aston Martin and Ferrari. David Silf will be absolutely furious with the number 100 car. That's effectively costed him a position as Hayden Putic is now up to second with Euro Titans. Now has to find his way around Rogers. Down towards the inner loop chicane we go. What a sudden shift of events there. In the battle for second, Silf is going to have to find his way past Hayden Putic in a near instant there. Is pushing his Ferrari to the absolute limit to try and get back out in front of the Aston. Rogers has become a serious thorn in the side of these two in their fight for second place. Now they're both past. They get the opportunity to really open the taps on both machines and let loose the sonorous cry of that V8 and V6. What a sudden shift that was. That even caught us by surprise. The 696 then up to second, now forced to defend. Silf right with them is scorned by that sudden hold up from Rogers in the number 100 UGL car. There's going to be stiff words between MSA and UGL. Not a great look for their opening race there to accidentally hold up a fight for second place. Nonetheless, Putic took this set of circumstances and is rolling with it. Trying to hold Silf off for second. You can see that his body language in driving that Ferrari has suddenly shifted from one of calm, controlled, measured driving to absolutely foot to the floor, brutal, enraged driving for Silf. Very easy to lull yourself into the trap of pushing the car too hard after an easy mistake like that. I think he's just holding on to his sanity, so to speak. Now, with Marvin Koch in the way, the number 45 finds himself accidentally holding up the Aston and the Ferrari. It could be a mirror match of what happened last time out. It's 3 cars in all, heading up through turn 4. Marvin's going to hold to the inside there. The number 45 staying out of the way has just managed to do so in the nick of time as we go barreling one after the other into the inner loop chicane. Putic going later on the brakes than Silf. What a sudden shift that has turned out to be, and I think we are far from over here. We've got at least 30 minutes before our next sort of wave of pit stops on strategy in this race. It can only go one way. There is no chance these two can follow each other for that long and have not gained a position. First place may be orbit assured for the 791, so really our focal point for this race is going to be for those who remain on the podium. That second place position has become the new first. For a lot of these drivers, there are very little opportunities in-house to try and go and have a go at the 791. It would take for some utter catastrophe to occur to cost the 791 the lead of this race. So whilst we stay on board with this battle, we'll go back into our conversation. We asked some people in chat as well for their input on what they would say is arguably the most reliable wheel manufacturer. Of course, this is in light of the issues that occurred with K1's number 114, and it's a growing issue in this field of esports as wheel malfunctions. We've got Tyler Vermack in chat saying that usually Thrustmaster tends to have most issues with overheating, yet he knows a few people with the QR1 Fanatec's that have the same issues as him, and few disconnects during races. It doesn't often happen, so seems to be that Thrustmaster, who have, for the most part, in that technical arms race between themselves and fellow household electronics manufacturer Logitech, sort of at the lower end of wheel technology, have been fighting vehemently to be taken as seriously as the big dogs of Moser and Fanatec by producing their own line of direct drive wheels. Those, I have heard, have released to very limited appeal. They release at around the same price point. There's less modularity to the Thrustmaster ones, and as Tyler Vermack mentioned, there is still that biting issue of overheating concerns with the motor. Smiler4200 in chat asking how VSR's getting on. Well, we did see them earlier on, the number 77. We'll cut away from our fight for second here as things look to stabilise for the time being between Silf and Putic after a sudden shift in that power dynamic. Let's see if we can go and find the number 77. The currently in 18th. Let's see if we can find the exact view from them. We've had to cut through a few battles there. We'll be going back on board with a handful of them. Let's see if we can find Raffaele Annunziata. There he is in the number 77. 27.6 seconds from Martin Pesti in 17th position, though I believe also having to add a lap onto that. They're just calm now, calm and measured, cruising along. They had that issue in the first hour with, I believe it was the 416 on the exit of the inner loop chicane. Now we're just rolling to get points on the table. And for Annunziata, it's a development drive here in an endurance race. The first of its kind for Annunziata on his drive with the VSR team. We'll catch up with them later on. We can see Puttick and Sylph still fighting for second. It's gotten even closer now. We'll stay on board with Hayden Puttick, the defending of the two, as we go up through the S's. Up round turn 4 we go. You can see ahead of them there, that's John Williams, also on a development drive with Fats GT. They've halved their points in the number 23 car to allow for their introduction of the McLaren 720S for the 23 team. They've ditched the Aston Martin, of which we're seeing on screen here. It does leave Euro Titans as among the last teams to run the Aston Martin V8 Vantage in what is now becoming a dying breed, and that's a really bittersweet thing for me to say as an Aston Martin fan, to see that the V8 Vantage is slowly being phased out for other choice in machinery, namely fellow British manufacturer McLaren. It does leave one hoping for the introduction of the Vantage Evo into ACC, though with the recent development spike for AC Evo, I think that's highly unlikely as ACC approaches the end of its operational lifespan. And whilst we have the opportunity watching the battle for second, I want to ask the people in chat another question. And that is, in regards to some of the stuff that we're seeing in SRO series and in other GT3 series across the board, there are cars starting to creep into frame that have ACC sponsorship and logos and representation in real life, yet are not in the game. And I'd be wondering, what kind of cars would you expect to see if they were to release one more DLC pack before the end of ACC? Feasibly, what would you like to see in that pack? For me, it would be the Vantage Evo and the Corvette. I think the Corvette would be a much needed addition to the field. It's the sort of mid-engine contemporary for the Mustang. You see that often compared to one another, both American manufacturers, of course, General Motors and Ford Motor Company. It's been a fantastic car in endurance racing. It would be fantastic to see it in this game as well. And obviously for the Vantage Evo, it would be a much needed update for what has definitely been, across the board, one of the more favourable cars for beginners in this game, to get a more advanced Evo package that makes it even sharper and even faster would be just fantastic to see. And it mostly comes from the position of an Aston Martin fan just wanting to see them win races again. See, that's Master Mason in chat saying he wanted to see a Le Mans pack that has newer cars and Le Mans itself. I think the ideal world would be for a lot of people in regards to Le Mans in ACC. Obviously, it's not likely to happen because of LMU, and that's kind of taken away the opportunity for a lot of people to see that. I can definitely see them adding like the Bugatti circuit. They have some technical workaround for it. As for the actual Circuit de la Sarthe, in an ideal world, I'd absolutely love to see it in the game. And with, I assume when he said with the newer cars, it would be probably the cars competing in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So it would be the Aston Martin Evo, it would be the M4 Evo, the Corvette. There is a car as well. I've noticed this. This has been in, I think it was Japanese GT Championships. It's also been in British GT. Was the GR Supra GT4. And I know they're never going to add any more GT4s to the game. They already explored all avenues by going even further out into GT2, which, I'm going to be completely honest, I think bombed as a DLC for Assetto Corsa. I don't think really many leagues wanted to use it. It would have been really cool to see more GT4s brought back into the game because of this very slim time as a commentator I've had to cover GT4s. They've provided on some of the best races I've ever seen in this game. That is no discredit to the kind of people that use GT3s. I've just seen that the GT4s give you the closest possible experience to like a good old-fashioned Super Touring era race. That battle for second is quickly dying by the wayside at the moment. Sylph is starting to drop away over a second from Hayden Puttick, who's really got the burners on the 696 now. We're going to take a look around the track to see where our next fights are coming from. We can see things start to bunch up here. The 789, he's very, very close here to Milbank. And that's Jake Goldman side by side with Milbank. Right behind them is Ilkay killing Koglu, all in a fight for 11th position. So we're going to stay on board with this because this is looking incredible between these three teams. Three big teams. And then sort of star privateers at Tempest watching on from 16th position. 3 cars in all for the fight of 11th. Jake Goldman leads the charge. Scott Milbank puts himself side by side with the Mercedes, heading down towards the inner loop chicane. Ilkay Killinkoglu is watching on from behind. Very nearly contact between all 3 of them as we go through the inner loop chicane. Goldman still to the inside. Now to the outside goes Milbank. Killinkoglu surfs through on the Mercedes, and Milbank looks to make this double trouble on a hunt down against Jake Goldman. Finds himself inadvertently side by side with Connor. Letford runs deep through turn 6. Is that the opportunity that Letford's been waiting for to put himself side by side very nearly on Ilkay Killinkoglu? 0.4 of a second then between Goldman and Killinkoglu. That was a very nice little battle indeed to watch all the way through Sector 1 into Sector 2. As we make our way into Sector 3 of the track. A pleasant little fight. We'll stay on board then with Ilkay Killinkoglu. We'll see what the plan is with Jake Goldman still yet to have took a mandated pit stop. He has already taken a run into the pits over the course of this race, but as for mandated pit stop, one that everyone has to cover before the checkered flag, is a long way away. He's yet to put new tyres, I believe, on that car. Or new fuel for that matter. It is absolutely possible to get through half of this race, I think, on a fuel tank of fuel, but it is not without its great challenges. I agree as well with Master Mason in chat. The only thing that the GT2 pack was sort of worth its value for was the fact that they had the Red Bull ring involved. I think that's why a lot of people got it. Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that point at all. A lot of people were only really invested in the GT2 pack for, I would probably say, for the KTM, just because it was one of the nicer looking cars in that pack. For the Maserati, because it's the only time we get to use the MC20 as a competitive vehicle. And for Red Bull Ring. It was primarily for Red Bull Ring. And even then, I would say Nuclear Take, not a particularly fun track for GT racing. It is a Grand Prix track through and through. It has been designed with that express purpose. I'd like to be proven wrong on that statement, but from what I've seen, it just doesn't prove to be awfully engaging at all. It's just a lot of braking zones. It was designed for open wheel cars. It's a completely different subset of racing. It's a different attitude for racing as well. You can't drive a Grand Prix car like you can drive a GT3 and vice versa. We stay on board then with Ilkay Killinkoglu. He's right on the tail of Jake Goldman's McLaren in the number 789. We're watching from the perspective of the 416. Heading out through turn 10 into turn 11. We do have yellow flags. It's the 77. So we're going to cut away from this fight here to try and catch what's gone on with the 77 car. That being Raffaele Annunziata with VSR. You can see it's another spin out there. So those tyres are absolutely cooked. Into the wall goes Raffaele Annunziata. At the moment, we're still on board with the Ferrari. Heavy damage as it's looking the wrong way around turn 6. So here we just catch on board now with Raffaele Annunziata as he makes his way into turn 6. And you see the back end has just got no grip to give. And those are pretty good indication of tyres that are burnt all the way out. What is then in store for the number 77? It's been forced back to the pit lane. Could that be the end of the road for VSR? An all but bitter end to their possible prospects of points in this race. We're now back on board the fight for second. Now watching the attacking perspective. This is from David Silv's point of view in the number 414. Hunting down the Aston Martin of Hayden Puttock. He's managed to narrow that gap down from over a second to now just under half a second as we go up into the S's. that battle, every time we've tried to pay attention to it, has stabilized to just being in that a little too close to not call it a battle, a little too far away for it to be a battle worth covering. Right now, they're just stuck in this stalemate. These two are very well matched, I must say. Especially when you consider this covers across almost two fundamentally different types of GT3 car here. I mean, you're dealing with the sort of older generation just gone by versus the new generation of GT3 race car. And yet, these drivers find themselves balanced almost perfectly on the scales there. We do have a yellow flag out. It's for the 114 car. We're going to cut away from this battle for second as we try to scope out what on earth has gone on. It is for, I believe it's for Scott Milbank in the 114. They're back going now. We're watching from the car just behind him. This is Matthew Williams in 14th. We're back in a green flag for the time being. 2 hours, 20 minutes left to go. It's a bit of a quieter run to the middle of this race, to say the least. Elmas Mikkelsen's now up to 4th, and we have another yellow flag, and it's in the same spot on track. The 787 is the next victim. We try and catch them now, but they're back going again. There's Paul Moeller, now back out on track. Back into green flags. What on earth is going on? The 415 has now brought out the yellow flag. So just before we can go away from it again, here we can see Martin Pesty hunting Benjamin Hooper. Is now dropped down quite some way. Alan Alexander would be the nearest car to him to take position off of him. But yellow flags were brought out. Now we're back into green flags. I'm hoping then I'm on the assertion that I won't have to do that again. Heading into the pit lane, a very late run for it by Hooper. But that's an emergency run, had ever I seen one. And that could spell trouble on the horizon for MSA. See here, Matthew Williams and Scott Milbank fighting for 13th position. We're on board with the 23 then. It was definitely an interesting decision by Fatch GT to swap away from Aston Martin. We're seeing if this is paying them dividends here, as they're now fighting with Mercedes, their closest comparator on this end of the track to Aston Martin at the moment. Tyler Vermack asking in chat, who do you think are the top 3 strongest teams on ACC console? I have to get back to you on that because there was very nearly a big spin-off by Matthew Williams. It's tough to say that because, of course, I don't think I've seen 100% of the scene, but I know quite a few of the team names to keep a very close eye out for. Narrowing it down to a top 3 could definitely upset quite a few people. I need to pick my words very carefully, I should say. Very, very carefully. Stay on board this fight here between Fatch GT and K1 for 13th position. Scott Milbank in the 114 has had to wrestle with technical malfunctions over the course of this race, but has now got the car in working order. Is now looking to hold off the approach of the McLaren of Fatch GT Esports. They've got a long way to come before they're back in the top 10. Oh my, what? Huh? What was that? What? I'm sorry. I was expecting a collision. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. That's completely kicked all the wind out of my sails. I was expecting to watch that Mercedes fly across the track like it was a NASCAR collision. It's just, oh, I'm in the driver's seat. What on earth is going on with this race today, I tell you? Oh, it baffles even me. So down towards turn 1 we go. They're still fighting. Fair enough, that could have gone a lot worse. Oh, that was very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. It takes quite a lot to force me to break character like that, but yeah, there you have it. See, that's Bjorn Egil Kalsef up the road, the number 415 in the Ford now swapping in for Hooper with MSA. They're 4 seconds up the road from these two, so they could, unless they get a real wriggle on soon, find themselves in that fight for 12th position with Matthew Williams, one of the 2 Williams, with Milbank now looking to run him the long way around. This is brilliant stuff by Matthew Williams. Down towards turn 6 we go. That was very nicely crafted. You can see Kalsef's in trouble, so that's double overtakes then for Matthew Williams. That's brilliant stuff. Fatch GT really able to wake up that McLaren now. The number 23, their newest in the fleet, is really... This is a gamble worth paying off. No, I think I've made this joke before. I made this joke back in Imola. A lot of Williams in this. Obviously, we had Aaron Williams back in Euro Titans. We've got Kyle Williams in the exclusive team. And now we've got 2 Williams in here. with you know, John Williams and Matthew Williams. I'm just saying it might be funny if they all made a team. I'm not really sure what they could call it. Maybe Williams Racing. I don't know. I can't see anyone doing that. To be honest, that can't have been done before. So down through turn 11 we go. Is one of the two Williams that have now made 2 positions on that last lap gone. That was brilliant stuff. Elmas Mikkelsen's in 4th position now, ahead of Sebastian Turner. 4.2 seconds up the road from the Ferrari. I'm going to go on board here. This is the fight for 10th position. Jake Goldman having to defend from the attacking McLaren of Ilkay Kilinkoglu in the 416. This is looking to spice up quite nicely here on a run down towards turn... this is turn 8 at the heel. Just see how closely they follow each other's line there. It's almost like perfectly mirrored off of one another through turn 11. It's what's keeping these two so incredibly close to one another over the course of this race. Admittedly, in that last lap, he did lose 2 tenths on the car ahead of him. But Ilkay Kilinkoglu is not letting go of this fight for 10th position. Hunting down Jake Goldman in that 789 ahead of him there with exclusive. Up the road, that's Giovanni Rogers, number 100 with the UGL. Down towards the inner loop chicane we go. This is a proper showcase of what McLaren's capable of on a good day here. These are 2 drivers pushing at the apex of their game. Down towards turn 5 we go. Down through turn 5, into turn 6. You can see how much later on the brakes that Kilinkoglu is willing to go. And there's a real gamble of that section of the track. We've seen it already catch quite a few drivers off guard, especially on the exit of turn 6. But this is a very heightened sense of enthusiasm by Ilkay Kilinkoglu. A very eager drive we're seeing out of the German today. Of course, circumstances haven't swung in either of their way over the course of the last 2 hours of racing. Of course, things have gone a little bit pear-shaped for both the 789 and the 416 over the course of this race, but they're making the most of the circumstances at play, fighting for the back of the top 10 positions at the moment. And doing so rather gracefully, I must say. This has been a proper showcase of force between the pair of them. Shows you how competitive things can be inside the top 10. Makes you wonder what's going up further up the order. We are going to get a look at that as the 696 is still very, very close at the moment. We'll cut away from this fight for the time being. We'll catch up with them later on. We take a look around the track here to see what the state of affairs is with Aston Martin's Hayden Puttock. David Silf is still right behind him with MSA's Ferrari in the number 414. Tyler Vermack asking about what about top 5? Is that in terms of the question you asked last time? We're asking about the top 5 in this race, because I can give you answers for both. Still watching here, this fight for second position. It has been... I'm genuinely astonished. I said about 20 minutes ago, there is no way these two can drive as close to each other down in the next sort of 30 minutes. I'm pretty sure I was saying about this battle in particular. And right now, here I am stumped 20 minutes later. They're still doing exactly what I said they couldn't. And that goes to show the kind of ambition these two carry as drivers at this leg of their career. That they're able to push as hard as they can here. Hell for leather and still be with each other here at this leg of the race. So we'll stay on board the fight for second place. As I start to brainstorm what exactly I'd tell you is the response to what is the top 5 teams on console at the moment. It is a very tough one to say because I have a lot of teams that I have a lot of good things to say things about. A very easy, clear, this is in no particular order, but like an incredibly easy pick is going to be exclusive. Their strategy has been, bar none, one of the greatest I think I've ever seen. Yes, they mix their drivers up every single race. Yes, it makes it frustrating to make graphics. That's not really the height of my problems. What it does give them, though, is a near tailor-fit lineup every single race. And every now and again, it works flawlessly, like what you're seeing now. That signing of Mastromaro, sticking him in a Mustang with Fazzy Binks, and letting him let loose on setup, has been the biggest gamble they've made all season, alongside fielding a Ford Mustang and a BMW, which I must say has been an incredibly high risk, because they're at the cap for available cars on the team now, and swapping manufacturer will halve their points. But that has worked to incredible lengths. If they had this lineup at the start of the season, they would have 2 or 3 cars just leading. It was to be a 1, 2, and 3 in that championship standings. Another incredibly easy pick is MSA. Their growth from the end of the XCC to where they are now is one of the quickest growths of a team I think I've ever seen. They started off in the midfield and towards the back with 1 car. And now they have, looking at my numbers here, they have 4 cars. They're nearly at the upper cap for the available number of cars in this championship. They're still running 3 of them. And they have an incredible talent pool of drivers as well. It's any wonder why they clash heads all the time with Exclusive, when they are very close in the same. They are 2 sides of the same coin. Teams with great ambition and great talent pools are eventually going to find a way to hate each other. This is your Red Bull and your Mercedes, right? This is your Ferrari and your Renault Sport. These great rivalries are always forged on the fact that, like it or not, these are the same kind of team. Another incredibly easy pick inside that top 5 is what you're seeing in front of you at the moment. Euro Titans, born out of the remnants, as it were, of older teams like AERT and IGF. I won't say that's exactly where they came from, but a lot of their drivers ended up at Euro Titans, and it was built off the backbone of teams gone by. And this is a team that, even though it's new to the scene, has brought with it the standings of quite a lot longer amount of time of experience. So they've had a lot fewer of the footfalls you expect for a new team. Euro Titans has come into the game already with that pre-programmed disposition of having X amount of years in the sim racing industry, and have brought with it this unique perspective where they're able to take on drivers and build them up very quickly. Their academy team is one of the most successful I think I've ever seen. And academy teams, I've been on record to say that they don't work. And I will gladly eat humble pie and make the assertion that it has only worked really on 1 occasion. It would be not a very difficult question to say that Euro Titans would be in my top 5 pick. Now, as for the other 2 slots, I want to throw in, and this is, bear in mind, I've not seen a lot of their performance, but in every walk of life, in every league that I've contacted, they have always been name dropped somewhere once or another, and they've had a very good track record, and I think it was ATRL, they've had a brilliant track record, and that's Velocity. I've seen the ruminations of Velocity's early days, when they were still starting off as a little bit of a ragtag operation. They started kicking around towards the end of the XCC, so I've still been able to be there at the genesis for a lot of these teams and see their rise. Admittedly, I've yet to see the massive moving parts they've become now, but from what I've led to be told here, they have a brilliant system in place, and they've got a great track record in endurance racing. Now, this is for console ACC. The legacy that K1 Esports had is great. Where they're at the moment, their ambitions lie in other places. I'm going to go on record to say that their console ACC division is a far cry from where it is now. But that is not to say that their talent pool has gotten any worse. They still have quite a few incredible drivers on display. It's just been a case where their ambitions have been crossed over between wanting to grow and develop in iRacing and then still being shackled to convention back from where their origins were in console ACC. They're stuck in the middle, looking forward into the future, but still tethered to the past. Not necessarily sure what side do they lean over into. Now, I can tell you from my perspective, having worked with the K1 Esports team for some time, that their ambitions are slowly teetering away from ACC. I wouldn't necessarily place them in the top 5 teams for right now. I would definitely go ahead and put them in the top 5 teams in history. Not in history, just historically, let's say, historically. From the scene that I've worked in, now I'm sure there have been plenty of teams that have come and gone that are way faster than the ones I've been talking about today. Way faster. But I'm talking about what I've seen, and I'm sure what you have seen watching these broadcasts. from my personal perspective, you've got quite a few suggestions there in that top 5. To name a few, I don't necessarily know where my 5th one would be, but my top 4, you could very easily make the assumption MSA, Exclusive, Euro Titans, and Velocity. All of these teams have such high potency at this stage of their career. I would hazard a guess to put K1 in there as well. Just because their talent pool is still there, but the issue they're struggling with now is where exactly do they put them in regards to ACC. A lot of their drivers now have moved on to higher aspirations. They've gone over to the big leagues at iRacing. And from what I've been led to believe, they've had fairly decent results. I don't follow iRacing all too much. I plan on following it later on in the year. And I'd be following them in their ambitions with NLRL and in their aspirations to run an iRacing league by the end of 2025. We're definitely on board with that program. But that, yeah, it's a great question to ask for Mac. I'm glad that you did ask that question because I've been wanting to get the words out of that for a long, long time. There are definitely a lot of teams I would put in my top 5. I may not come from like the most experienced background, but I've been around from when a lot of these teams were just making their baby steps. And it's been nothing short of brilliant to see the development from these early days of churning out maybe a 15th or a 16th place finish to dominating championships. It has been insane. I would put an honourable mention in there. I'm not sure if they're still kicking around now. I'm pretty sure they are. Schwitzer. They did the AXRL Southern Endurance Series. I had the pleasure of covering that in its entirety. And they were just rapid. They were on an insane amount of pace. For the short time that they were in the spotlight, at least on my radar, they could probably still be there now, and I'm just being a little bit vain about it. In the short time that I've seen them operate, they were operating like clockwork. It was a brutal performance from them. We're still on board with this battle, and I must say it has been remarkable that I've been able to yap for that long, and this battle is still going. That's a testament to the skill on display by Sylph and Puttick here. They're so evenly matched for pace. They're able to stay in each other's wake here for so long and not struggle. It really does stand a testament to their capacity as drivers, and that's definitely why I'd put MSA and Euro Titans in the big 5, really, for console ACC. It's not hard to see where that angle comes from. You're seeing right now the height of their talent pool here clash heads. There does seem to be a lot of respect between the pair of them. I've not really seen many incidents over the months to maybe years between Euro Titans and MSA. They're both, if I'm not mistaken, both British teams as well. So it's not necessarily relevant information. It's just information I do have. I'm not sure whether to cut away from them or to go find another angle on this here, because they are still incredibly close to one another. I get the slight anxiety here. We cut away from this battle. We could see the one moment that it suddenly kicks off. 99% of broadcasters cut away from the battle right before it becomes one of the greatest battles you've ever seen in television history. But let's just quickly cut away and see if we're wrong on this one. So we go looking around. That is Jermaine Valiatham in the number 100 there. The UGL car now up to 17th, so they've made ground. Despite that disconnect from earlier on, Valiatham has made up ground. Is now into... no, never mind, it's dropped down to 18. You can see the pit lane has just become incredibly lively there. Jumping for the pit lane was Akilin Koglu and Connor Letford. And they are practically riding each other down that pit lane, I must say, as well. So as we get here towards the midway of this race, let's get a look at the overall standings then. Matteo Mastromaro, unsurprisingly, has absolutely dominated this round. It has been one of the greatest breakout performances I think I may have ever seen in my time as a commentator, where Mastromaro has shifted from MSA to exclusive, and whatever it is they have allowed him to do, I think they've definitely given him a lot more creative control in the choice of vehicle and setup than I think they gave him back at MSA. Of course, as with team performances, the main issue a lot of these teams run into is finding really the Goldilocks zone for setups for a lot of these drivers. Of course, you are dealing with drivers that may have fundamentally different driving styles. You have to make them meet in the middle. whatever they've done for Mastromaro, clearly I've not seen him drive a Mustang before, because this guy's definitely got more experience than he's let on in the performances we've seen out of him here in the sort of looking glass of TRTN's range of operations. Because Mastromaro, since his move away from McLaren and into the Blue Oval, oh my word, it has been insane. It's like that car's on rails. Whatever they've allowed him to do is working, and it's working very nicely. Further down the order, Hayden Puttock and Ian Skeen have been on a phenomenal drive today with Euro Titans. They managed to leapfrog plenty of opportunities that have come their way since the race started to put themselves in a very respectable P2 at the moment. I don't think anyone in their right mind can take this one off of Mastromaro, so it's valiant by any stretch of the imagination to put yourselves in the next available position on track, and it's not been an easy fight for them as well, as David Silf and Craig Twardock have had a great race so far. Of course, marred by the controversy of whatever the incident was down at Turn 4. We're not going to comment because we don't really know exactly what happened. But nonetheless, they've had a great race. And right now, chasing down that second position, Sebastian Turner with NRW Performance. I did say we're going to see a decent performance out of these guys today. And the Privateers do not disappoint, as they're up in 4th ahead of Euro Titans' Academy entry of Kieran Rodd in the 813. Parker Sukup with Exclusive is in 6th position in the 788. Of course, it's a salvage drive at the moment. They're currently 6th. Their nearest rivals are in 3rd. That gap is going to continue to drop as they get towards Kyle Army, the next round coming up in April, the penultimate round of this championship, where these two cars, the 414 and the 788, hang in the balance by only 31 points to the benefit of the 788. Of course, won the last 2 events at Belgium and Australia. Doesn't look to be 3rd on the trot, but it will be another win for Exclusive with that 791's performance thus far. Alan Alexander with Euro Titans is in 7th place at the moment. And Toby Cyril with K1 Esports is in 8th, ahead of Jake Goldman in 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is Fats GT's singular entry of Matthew Williams in the number 23 McLaren. Of course, it was a big risk to move away from Aston Martin, from the stability and control that comes with the platform, but it is one they have risked that half points deduction to achieve. They're now in a much more manoeuvrable 720S, and for their efforts, they're in the top 10. Nicholas Koenig with the number 45 Spontaneous BMWs in 11th, ahead of Bjorn Egil Kalseth in the very last second change by the 415 to Ford. And mirroring that sudden move by by Exclusive that they made a few rounds ago to Ford by fielding the 791. They're willing to experiment with the front-engined entry, and for their efforts, they're currently in 12th. They were much further up the field, where they did run into their own share of troubles over the course of this race. Down the order as well, the 416, Ilkay Killing Koglu. James Robertson with K1 Esports is up a few positions from last since the race start. They're inside the top 15, which was the goal by the 114 amid a myriad of technical issues. Martin Pestes in 15th position. Not too far away is Zolt Beefgartner in the Tempest Motorsports number 30. Raffaele Annunziata is not too far away from him either, in 17th position. And then rounding out the grid in 18th, provisionally last after one DNF, is Jermaine Valiatham in the number 100 UGL car. It's just a development drive this late on in the season for them. They've only got 3 rounds really to make a mark, and this is not an easy track to do so on, I must say. So Garrett now leaving the pit lane. So there was a swap for Kieran Rodd to Jake Garrett. They'll lose out the position to Alan Alexander, fellow Euro Titans car. See Garrett just leaving the pits there. Slot between the battle of 16th position between Martin Pesti and Raffaele Annunziata. The 696 is also in the pit lane as well. So Puttock's come in from 2nd. He's going to drop a few positions there. Smiler asking in chat what happened to VSI. It was an incident down at the inner loop chicane in the first hour with the 416 car. I believe it was earlier on in the race. And from there on out, it's just been sort of playing catch-up for the number 77 car. So Skeen's back in the driver's seat. We spoke with him earlier on in this race. Go looking back out on track as well. Tyler Vermack asking in chat, what do you think of me as a driver, strength and weakness, so I can improve as a driver? But from my experience watching your performance, Vermack, I can't necessarily comment from the position of someone who drives GT. I did half a season in the TRR Sprint Series. I've got no more experience than the kind of person who does a free trial on this game. So I couldn't comment from that perspective. Where I would make the comment is just setup. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's personal preference, sharper setups bring with them so much more risk. And it seems like your move to Ferrari was definitely one much better guided than when you were at Lamborghini. I think that car wasn't biting to the same kind of lengths you needed it to play for. It wasn't as sharp as you needed it to be. And when it was sharp, it was often too sharp for its own good. So I couldn't necessarily comment for Mac. I couldn't necessarily comment because there's nothing that stands out to me as like a glaring issue. It has mostly just been that you've either been unlucky or your choice in vehicle has been questionable, because it seems like you're moving around cars a lot. We've seen you move to Ford as well, and it's just you're trying to drive a front engine car like a mid engine car. You just can't do that. I think we saw a little bit of that in Donington. Admittedly, that track is tough on the front engine cars. There's not much to say on that. But it just seems like you've yet to find your car. I would say that. I couldn't personally recommend to you what car to go with because, honestly, not many of the gloves seem to fit. The Ferrari is fine-ish, but lacks grunt. Its engine's rather anemic and acceleration isn't great. I wouldn't recommend Porsche because you don't cross me as the kind of person who's a sadist. The McLaren's a bit of a basic choice, but you can see why it's so successful. I can see why people are moving towards Ford as well, and I imagine that's the same decision that you went with when you moved over to Ford. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, Tyler. I couldn't tell you. That's the only thing that I could really... I could really tell you is just you haven't found your car yet. But keep chipping away at that. I mean, development drives is what makes or breaks a driver's career, is really your ability to adapt. If you're going to try this many different machines, you'll eventually find something. You're aiming for the Goldilocks zone. You don't exactly know in what direction to start moving. So at least you're making the moves around. You've gone from Lamborghini to Ferrari. That's a step in the right direction. Now you're experimenting. So looking here with Sebastian Turner, now third, but looking for the pit lane in the 777 here as we get down towards the last 2 hours race, 2 hours of racing. We can also see Matteo Mastromauro in the pit lanes now as well. So Skeen will move up to third by the looks of it. So that overcut in the pit lanes worked quite nicely for Euro Titans. They've managed to get the leg up then on their rivals at NRW Performance. Skeen now up to third. Second would be next in his iron sights. Currently leading this race then was the 791. Sylph is only about 24 seconds away from Mastromauro. He may even leave the pits before Sylph gets the opportunity to strike on him there. The 414 is 2 corners away. Are we going to see Mastromauro drop off the jacks here and get down towards the timing line? It doesn't look to be happening here. It looks like Sylph is quickly gaining on him, but Sylph's coming to the pits as well. We can see that the 414 was slowing down. See, the Maserat is now in the 777, so Turner is out. In goes Maserat. Sylph is in the pit lane. Fazzy Binks is now in the 791. Sylph there into the pit lane. We'll be swapping for Twardock by the looks of it there. You can see they're right at the end of the pit lane. So very short run to the timing lines. They'll be off the jacks and practically off the pit limiter almost instantly there. So Fazzy Binks now behind the wheel of the Ford Mustang, leading this race, and back up into second goes the 696 in a moment's time. We'll go on board with them here. Ian Skeen and Hayden Puttick shortly returning to second place. We'll see whether or not they'll be chased out of the pit lane by the 414 of David Sylph. They stayed very close to one another. It could be very close still on their way out of the pits. down across the line. You can see that 414 is over the timing lines already and making his way down through the 90. It's going to be side by side. Who's going to be out in front as we make our way to the S's? Is it going to be Skeen? Is it going to be Sylph? Up through turn 3 we go. It's Skeen. So that was incredibly close on their run out of the pit lane there. Let's get a replay on that. You can see they were literally level there on the exit of the 90. On their way to turn 2, then to turn 3. That was brilliant stuff between the pair of them. We're still staying on board here. This is the fight for second place. David Sylph, reinvigorated fighting spirit now against Ian Skeen. We go barreling out of turn 7. This is looking to be a very exciting one here. Out through turn 8 we go. Where do things land then in the fight for second place? They're going to have to give it maybe a lap and a half here for the tyres to prime on both cars. Ian Skeen's going to be much closer to that peak tyre heat than he needs for the Aston Martin, whereas Sylph has really got to fire things up now or never, because that gap is only going to continue to open between Skeen and Sylph until his tyres start behaving themselves. Down towards the 90 we go. That was an incredibly short run then by the 414 to the pit lane. Pit lane exit, I should say. Up through turn 2. We'll go on board then with Ian Skeen over the monstrous rear wing of the Aston Martin. Give you a proper perspective of the distance between himself and David Sylph's Ferrari. So things maybe simmered down through that second hour. We get into hour number 3. Looks like everything's going to pick back up. Like Ian Skeen said when we had a chat with him, it's typically sort of the first hour and then last 30 minutes of racing where things are at their most intense. I think we could even see maybe a little bit of a rise in the middle of it, as it were, just after the midway mark where things start to pick up a little bit. Drivers are on for their maybe second stint running, or on the returning stint for hour number 3, and this is where we get to see people really pick up the pieces from where things were laid in the first half of the race and run with it, re-energized and ready to go. That is the story for Skeen and Sylph. Just quickly take a look here along the left-hand side to see where our nearest battles are. We can see that very close to one another at one point was Bjorn Egil Kalseth and Nicholas Koenig. Though right now that fight for 11th is starting to simmer down as Bjorn Egil Kalseth opens the taps on the 415, is starting to get away from the 45. We're back on board then. The fight for second between David Sylph and Ian Skeen. These two exited the pits practically level on their way to turn 2. They're keeping the ball rolling here, only half a second between each other. Out of turn 5, down towards turn 6. 74 laps covered. We're just over halfway through this race here. Easily looking over 120 laps before the checkered flag drops here. You can see on the map the triangle, of course, representing the leading car. If you look between turns 4 and 5 along the top end of the map, you can see the 791 there, the leading car, the Mustang of Matteo Mastromaro. That's the gap at the moment. It's just over half a lap between first and second. That is the extent of the alien pace we're seeing from the 791 today. In a completely different world is that Mustang. So this is provisionally for the position that remains on the podium. The 114 has run into trouble, so we're having to quickly divert our attention away as we try and search for the 114. It is the K1 Esports Mercedes that ran into trouble. Sadly, we couldn't locate them in time. It's now gone back into green flag conditions. We'll go back on board our fight for second position. That whole section of the track, from turn 6 down to turn 8, has caught out an alarming number of drivers over the course of this race. Will it catch these two out, though, as they look to be getting into the prime of their battle, heading down from turn 4 to turn 5? They have the inner loop chicane to contend with here before they get to turn 5. You can see, though, on his reinvigorated drive, there is very little fear behind the wheel of that Ferrari. David Silf sliding around turn 5, a proper old-fashioned Le Mans skid from the 296 as we head down towards turn 6. He is driving the doors off that 296 now to try and get past the Aston Martin. Ian Skeen is going to have to try and start thinking creatively with his defensive line. If he wants to hold that Ferrari up, he knows pound for pound he cannot outlive the tyres on that Ferrari. He can definitely give him a very good fight for that position. It is going to take the defensive performance of a lifetime to burn the tyres out on Silf's Ferrari now at this stage of the race. We'll see then what they can do. Out through turn 9, down towards turn 10 we go. Into the pit lane then goes Martin Pesty from 16th position. Jermaine Valiatham could be eyeing up another position very, very shortly. Down towards turn 1 we go again. We've been following these two for what feels like a century now in this fight for second. They've been so close to one another. Even through pit stop runs, they've remained incredibly close. It's an inseparable fight for second between Euro Titans and MSA at this length of the race. Up out of turn 4 we go. You can see ahead of them there, that's Jermaine Valiatham in the 100. The UGL Ferrari. Out through the inner loop chicane, into the outer loop corner we go. Turn 5 brings us into sector 2. And these two are still with one another. We're going to get a look on board with the back of the Aston Martin, just to give you a perspective of how close David Silf is to second position. See, he's just hiding the majority of that Ferrari under the rear wing of the Aston. Makes it very hard for the driver to see where he's coming from. See, practically pushing him through turn 7, nearly side by side. Is going to have to try for the outside line here as we go heading towards turn 8. Ian Skeen is having to throw everything at the wall here to keep David Silf behind him. You see now heading to turn 10, he's giving him the lights. He knows that Valiatham's going to become a thorn in his side in this fight for second. Heading towards turn 11, he's having to go on the inside on Valiatham. Looks like Silf is going to have to try and follow him around. They've lost a little bit of steam there in regards to their lap times as they cross the line there. A 45.510 to a 45.624. It's in favour of Skeen on that last lap. As we head into the 90, throwing sparks in the face of the Ferrari there. The undercarriage being caught by the Grade 2. Up through the S's we go then. Turns 3 and 4. Now onto the back straight here towards the outer loop. First is the inner loop chicane though. See, absolutely no fear between the pair of them properly tackling this section of the track. Reckless abandon from the 696 and the 414. Take a quick look on the left hand side here to see where any of the other battles on track could be coming from. Nearest one could be a Killing Koglu v Koenig for 12th. Right now though, still the closest battle is that of Ian Skeen and David Silf. We're going to try and get a look at the perspective of the attacking car. I feel like we've been watching with the defending car for the bulk of these battles. Let's see if we can get a fresh perspective of things by having a look at the car attacking for the very position we're talking about. Let's see if we can find them then. The car in third position, David Silf. A bit of a leap over the far side curb at the 90 there. Any more of those of the stewards may get involved. Up through the S's we go then. Get a proper perspective here. The difference in torque as well between these two. It's a V6 twin turbo versus a V8 twin turbo. Often in this sport there's no replacement for displacement. That AMG V8 under the bonnet of the Aston is just doing God's work in its fight against the Ferrari. Especially so in the favour the 696 team at the moment. They've just got unparalleled acceleration in this fight. It's one of the major Achilles heels of the Ferrari 296 platform. It's just an anemic acceleration. No matter what engine map you've got on the 296, it just doesn't really seem to budge. See, even though with the slightly better line of the two, it just can't keep pace with the Aston. On paper, that extra 2 cylinders is really pulling its weight there. It's worth its weight in gold for the Aston Martin team. There was, of course, the rumour over the last couple of years that Aston Martin was going to make a V6 Vantage at one point. These rumours of them developing a V6 in-house later manifested itself as the Aston Martin Valhalla, which is their answer to the Mercedes AMG 1 hypercar. And it sort of became the smaller sibling to the Aston Martin Valkyrie project, which had a Cosworth-developed V12. So Aston Martin's claim of a in-house developed V6 never materialised in the sports car world. Now, it ended up becoming more of a side project for their Valhalla program, one of the many various pits of money Aston Martin likes to burn over the years. Makes you wonder why the company's always bankrupt. Down towards the inner loop chicane we go then. That Ferrari is staying with... This is one of its major pitfalls though, is this area of the track. While David Silf is being incredibly ambitious on his run in the inner loop chicane, he just can't match what the Aston Martin brings to the table in terms of its ability to tackle curbs. Try as he may, no amount of setup is going to make him ever slightly faster on a curb-intensive section of the track like that. It's going to take for a serious pitfall to hit that Aston Martin to give him that position at that section of the track. Out through turn 7 we go. We're on board the helmet cam now of David Silf, heading down into turn 8 on track. You can see exactly what I'm talking about there. He's been in the slipstream for so long. He's had slightly better lines of the two. But that engine is just letting him down. Time and time again, that V6, while yes, it is definitely working quite nicely for Ferrari in the long term, it's always given them fairly solid results with that 296. It just isn't the same V6, even though they say it is, and it's the same block and same sort of backbone for the V6 that powers the Ferrari 499p. It just pales in comparison to their hypercar, because this one is confounded by restriction. You know, it's a weaker engine overall, even though it's made the same moving parts as the 499p's engine. It can only give you so much under the stringent regulations of GT3 racing in the modern day. It is shackled by convention, and that has been its downfall since they moved away from the V8. They've lost that punch in exchange for better cornering, but on an intensive track like this, where straight line speed is a serious defining factor of success or not, you can see that it's no surprise that Ford and Aston Martin are leading this race. Silf's got the Aston Martin dead to rights in the corners, but it is just struggling when engine becomes a factor. Now, it's an interesting conundrum that I heard off of some of the people I've spoken with in K1 Esports. They brought up this argument of what would objectively be the better car on a sort of mixed conditions track? Would it be the car that's faster in a straight line or the car that's better in the corners? And this is the argument pretty much put pen to paper right now. This is, I would say, a pretty well balanced track. You've got your fair share of straight lines. You've got your fair share of intensive corners. If you had a car built almost entirely for straight lines, it would struggle at every single corner. If you had a car built for corners, it would struggle on every single straight. You're seeing that in the near perfect balancing act between Aston Martin and Ferrari right now. I never thought I'd say that as well, given the fact that Ferrari has been, for the most part, utterly dominant, even on tracks that are straight line intensive, like Spa, where they had decent results there as well. What you're seeing right now is a demonstration of that argument over straight lines versus corners, because you've got the Aston Martin that, yes, is pretty solid in a straight line. That AMG engine definitely gives it quite a bit of grunt. And it's all right in the corners, but it's a mostly jack-of-all-trades kind of car, where its shining factor is, at the moment in this fight, is straight line speed. Whereas that Ferrari, it corners like a housefly. It is incredibly nimble, but that V6 is just not pulling its weight. And even in the slipstream, he's failing to find enough torque, enough shove under those, rear wheels to get him ahead of the Aston. Maybe it's a case where the straights on this track are just not long enough. If we were looking at a track like Spa, you've got the Kemmel straight, which is almost double the length of the back straight here in Watkins Glen. Maybe then you would see a greater demonstration of the argument. But I would definitely make the assertion right now that neither side necessarily, the winning side is whoever's in front. Because I imagine if the Ferrari was out in front, the Aston would struggle to get past it once it hits a corner, and the Ferrari is struggling to get past the Aston every time it hits a straight. It is a case where no one wins in this argument, unless you're leading. In that case, you do win, and that is what Ian Skin is doing right now. He is winning this battle. You do have a yellow flag. It is for the 114 down at the inner loop chicane. So we're going to go on board quickly here with the 813 as it enters the inner loop chicane. We might get a look here at where the 114 is. You can see dust there on the exit into turn 5. There's the 114 just down the road. And there you can see the lights of the Mercedes. We're not entirely sure what the damage is looking like. We're going to go back on board then, our fight for second place. I think we've just caught it at a good time here, because Sylph is getting tantalizingly close to a position change on Skeen, rocketing out of the 90. He's having to give it absolutely 110% out of that Ferrari now as we go up through the S's. I must say, it has been a very tight balancing act between these two. It has been impossible to tell you in exactly which way this could shift for either party, because they've kept it so unimaginably close to one another. You're looking at almost a formation flight level of precision here. These are two drivers so well matched at this level of their career that passing one another has really just been a fact of being ahead on track. I think that pit stop has done wonders for Euro Titans as well. They got the groundwork in earlier down the line when it was Park and Twadok. Now that it's Sylph and Skeen, it is a very tight balancing act. They are walking on a tightrope here between P2 and P3. It has been nigh impossible to tell you who comes out on top by the end of this stint, because in equal respects they've had the opportunity. It would be very tough to tell you who of these two is going to end up being second by the end of this stint, because it could explode at any single point into that side-by-side action we've been waiting for. But these two are just so close to one another on pace that neither has been able to get away or gain ground sufficiently. I think for Sylph at the moment, he's just waiting for one possible mistake out of Skeen. He's settled into a very nice rhythm. Looking on this last lap coming here, it's a 145.291 versus a 145.125. So a minuscule difference there. I think just over a tenth of a second in that last lap between the pair of them. You can see where it is won and lost. It is a brilliant demonstration of that argument, is who would win in that situation. The car built for straight lines or the car built for corners. The Aston, even if you have it on a fantastic setup, is still going to be a car that's greater on the straights than the Ferrari 296. And the Ferrari, you could build it all the way for straight lines. It's still going to be slower than the Aston. So this is a very tight balancing act. This is nothing short of a engineering marvel we're seeing here between both teams. They've got their cars dialed in almost perfectly to each other's tune here. I never thought I'd see anything quite like that. Obviously, in the development arms race that comes with these teams developing their own setups for these cars, these two have, whether or not they've been going from the same supplier or not, they have found the almost exact same setup as one another, and it has been totally in the hands of the manufacturer now to define position on track. Because I feel like the other way around, it'd be exactly the same. If Skeen was driving the 296 and Sylph was driving the Aston, we'd be stuck in the exact same position. No one would be gaining ground and no one would be losing time. These two would be stuck dead center of one another. So it is fantastic to see these battles go on, because you have two drivers here working in almost equilibrium for overall pace. You can see where it stands at the end of this lap. Obviously, it was swinging in favour of Skeen, and actually swings back in favour of Sylph. This by 0.07 of a second. These are the fine details you're dealing with at this stage of the race. We have another yellow flag. It's for the 114 heading into turn 5. These two are quickly approaching the scene of the accident here. The 416 is going to have to try and get by them. That's Ilkay killing Koglu. It's James Mason with trouble with the K1 number 114 Mercedes. We're still watching the fight for second here from the perspective of MSA's David Sylph. We're back in the green flag conditions just as we get towards turn 5. The 114, though, that's going to bring the yellow flags back out again. So what on earth has gone on here? We'll stay on board with these two as they are quickly approaching the scene of the accident. Out of turn 5, heading towards turn 6. Danger afoot as we head round Chute Corner. There's the 114, centre mass of the road at the moment. These two are very quickly approaching as we get to turn 7. Is James Mason going to be able to get out of the way in time there? You can see it is monstrous damage on that Mercedes. That's going to be a run to the pit lane. Had ever I seen one. That had to have been a huge impact on the 114 to have given it damage like that. It's got a wing that's bent to one side. I don't know if any of you know what the Zenvo TSRS has, but it looks like that. Right, so we're back in green flag, I should say, conditions for these two. It is still a sort of single yellow flag rolling sector for the 114. That is major damage on that Mercedes. We're still watching the fight for second here, even amidst them surfing through the 114 in the aftermath of their huge crash down at the inner loop chicane, and then furthermore down at turn 6. These two, at the end of this last gone lap, are only separated by 0.04 of a second, and that's in favour of Ian Skeen. It has been nigh impossible to tell you who comes out on top in this fight. That's why we're going to try and take a look around here to see where our next fights could be coming from. Nearest at the moment, Toby Cyril chasing Jake Garrett. He's about 2 seconds up the road. In between the pair of them at the moment is the Ferrari there. That, I believe, is the number... I want to say that's the number 77 there. Yes, that's Ian Oates. We're going to go back on board then with these two as they get round turn 5. You can see it was a wider entry line for Skeen, a shallower entry line for Sylph, and yet they stay right with each other. No one really gaining or losing time here. He's having to experiment. He's really having to sort of check around the lines. He's having to deviate from the line here to see if he can find even a few tenths of a second on his overall to try anything now at this point. He's really having to experiment. His knowledge and precision on track is really being pushed to its absolute in his efforts to try and get past the Aston. It has been a stonewall defence by Aston Martin and by Eurotitans and by Ian Skeen to hold this position. And they've held their ground for so long, both Skeen and Puttock. And I must say, it has been a brilliant fight between these two. Definitely one of the longest battles I think I've ever seen as my time as a commentator. We're over an hour now, surely, where these two have been this incredibly close to one another. And pit stops have not put any damper on that. As we saw, exiting the pit lane, they were side by side on their way to turn 2. It has been nigh impossible to set a standard here as to who will lead that fight. Looking from the defending car's perspective now, Ian Skeen. We do want to try and get a look around the track to see what else is going on, but this is the closest battle in-house, and as we can see at the moment, the Aston, over the course of the last 3 corners, have been able to really open the gap to over half a second. This is the furthest apart they've been in quite some time. Out through turn 5 we go then. That's dropped down to 0.3 of a second, so Sylph has really been able to collect himself in the last 2 corners there to put himself right back with Ian Skeen. It's good vehicle knowledge as well. I think Sylph is acutely aware of the fact that he can hold behind the Aston for as long as he needs to. Even if it's a case where he does have the pace, he can hold himself right behind the Aston for as long as humanly possible, more so than any other car on track. He's got fresh Pirellis on that Ferrari. It's one of the best cars for tyre longevity. He knows right now, even if he can't get Skeen dead to rights on pace, he can get him dead to rights on consistency. If he just stays where he is at the moment, that Aston is going to start dropping over the course of the next 20 to 30 minutes. Those tyres are going to start wearing out. Skeen's held those tyres beautifully up until this point, but the Aston can only give so much, and I think now might be the opportunity that Sylph has been waiting for. Skeen's going to try and hold the inside line heading down towards turn 1 at the 90. Sylph is going to have to try and go the long way around town here at turn 1. He's going to hold to the outside of the track. Skeen still remains in second. That's the closest we've been in the last 40 minutes to these two gaining a position. Their battle has been absolutely tidally locked all race long for this position on track. I must say, it has been a brilliant showing between Euro Titans and MSA for second. It is more than definitely going to swing in the direction right now of the 791, the exclusive car of Fazzy Binks and Matteo Mastromaro in the Ford Mustang. It'll be Ford's first win since round 1. Come to think of what could have been, had the 791 not been a factor, you would be looking at the theatrics between these two in the race lead. It could have been the first race win for Aston Martin and for Euro Titans, so it could have been the second win for the 414. No use in thinking about what could have been, because what we are still looking at, nonetheless, despite the 791's utter domination of the field, is a fantastic battle for second position. It looks like things could be going nuclear very, very soon. It's 0.1 of a second down towards turn 8 we go. Sylph just holding on to the back end of the Aston. Very nearly contact between the pair of them. You can see it is millimetre precise in these two's fight. Now up round turn 9 we go. One has to wonder, what is the strategy for the 296? Is it going to try and go for that much more aggressive line at turn 11 to rocket up next to the Aston on its way towards turn 1? One can wonder here. Looks like the Aston's not going to make the same mistake twice. Out through turn 11. Is holding ground, and holding ground rather nicely. 0.3 of a second as we go heading down onto lap 88. In that last lap, Skeen was 0.3 faster than Sylph. As they exit the pits there, alongside them is John Williams in the number 23, rejoining the track in 11th position. Our timing charts are a little bit confused there. Could be 11th, could be 12th. We're not entirely sure. You can see that it shows that both Nicholas Koenig in the 45 ahead and John Williams in the 23 behind are both in 11th position. So that is very strange. Looking on track at the moment as these two get ever closer to one another at turn 5. Looking to see where our next fight could be from. The only one that springs to mind is Garrett v Cyril. However, we're going to have to stay on board with this one, as for the first time in a long, long time, we're side by side all the way through a corner here. Turn 6 becomes a little bit of contact. Koenig's in the way of Sylph and has to slot back in behind the 45. He's not going to be happy with that one at all. So down into turn 7 we go. Skeen from Koenig from Sylph. Sylph's not going to be happy about that one, but tell you who will be happy is John Williams, who's now right up to the back of Nicholas Koenig with 2 battles in the space of 1 here. The battle for second between Skeen and Sylph, and the battle for 11th between Nicholas Koenig and John Williams. 1 hour, 21 minutes left to go, side by side there in the background between Koenig and Williams. Looks like Williams is to the inside, heading down into turn 10. He'll be up into 11th position. We're still with the fight here for second. Delayed by some way, courtesy of the sudden interruption of the 45 there being in the wrong place at the wrong time in this fight. Sylph's now out by 0.7 of a second. He'll have lost quite some ground in that last lap Skeen in the 45s, Sylph in the 46s there. It wasn't hard to see where things went wrong when the 45 came into play. We'll catch up with these two in a moment's time. Let's have a look around the track here as we can see things start to bunch up. A few different drivers on a few different lengths of races. We've got the number 77 here, Ian Oates in 18th position. Behind him is Kyle Williams in the number 789 exclusive car in 9th. And behind him is the number 30 of Zolt Beefgartner. Sylph now 0.6, makes it 0.5 behind Skeen at the moment. That battle's still continuing on. We're going to keep a close eye on that as we continue to look around the track. Fazzy Binks leading this race by such a long margin now. It is nigh impossible for this to be lost without some major catastrophe on track for the 791 team. They have absolutely dominated this round, and it'll be Ford's first since round 1. It'll be the first time as well for the Ford Motor Company that their Mustang has gone the entire length of a race for a race win. The last one being won on over 60% race length with a red flag brought out for round 1. This will be a 100% distance race win for Ford and their Ford Performance Mustang, their 7th generation model. Their first Mustang GT3. There's an ambitious move away from the GT platform in 2017. The Ford would develop a front-engine GT3 car, but it's been more accessible, more affordable, and more reliable than the Ford GT from 2017. Of course, I would still make the assertion that the GT GTE car was phenomenal, and the technicality that took away its Le Mans win is still unfair. Nonetheless, though, Ford has really bounced back into GT racing with some grace there with their Mustang GT3. Speaking of Mustangs as well, you can see that the battle slowly looming beyond the horizon here for 6th position between Jake Garrett and Toby Cyril as that gap drops to below 1.5 seconds. We're going to go back on board then with our ever-present fight for 2nd position. We want to see where the penny has dropped in the fight for 2nd between Skeen and Sylph. That's out to 0.9 seconds, so Skeen is managing to outlast the Ferrari. That is defying all odds here. After a bad line through the inner loop chicane, there's some breathing space finally between Skeen and Sylph at this late stage of the race. They're still waiting on one more run to the pit lane before the end of this race here, 4 hours of Watkins Glen. Looking around the field, we can see as well that Williams and Beefgartner are alarmingly close to one another. However, on 2 completely separate lengths of the race. This is the perspective here of Jake Garrett in the number 813 on his first race in the Euro Titans Academy BMW on round 6 of the championship. Toby Cyril just around a second behind him there. That's in the number 1 K1 Esports Mustang. He's joined by Martin van Manen. There could be that battle on the horizon here for 6th position. You can see they are quite close to one another. A battle of the front engine cars here. The BMW has had an understated performance in this round of the championship. That's just due to low numbers. The Ford has quickly cemented itself as the go-to front engine car for teams now. I think that's been instrumental in the performance for Exclusive today as well, has been their move into the sort of Ford roster of vehicles coming out of the last couple of rounds. It was a bit of a teething process through Bathurst and Spa, but now it has given rise to what has been a phenomenal breakout by Ford Motor Company coming in around 6 of the championship. Not much else occurring on track. We're back on board then. Our fight for P2. Ian Skeen now separated by only 0.7 of a second from David Sylph. Oh my word. Oh my word, ladies and gents. It took for Klopp to mention in chat that I have had my mic muted for, oh god, I don't even want to think, what, 15 minutes now? That is embarrassing. Oh boy. Oh well. I was talking about the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, but I've lost so much steam there in that conversation after realizing my mic wasn't even on. Oh god, that is not good. Oh well, my sincerest apologies to anyone in chat there who thought I disappeared. I was talking, believe me, but the mic wasn't picking it up. Oh god, yeah, everyone's, oh gosh. It's been a long race. Look, give me a break here. It has been a long race. Oh boy. You know what? No, I'm gonna repeat everything I said. I don't care. I'm gonna repeat everything I said about the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. I do not care. It has been a very mishmash approach by Aston Martin. Of course, as a privateer-owned company, they've not had the graces of a larger manufacturer funding their endeavors to make a brand new Vantage. I do long for the time back when they had their own in-house built V12. We saw in the V12 Vantage, of course, which competes in the NLRL Sunday League. You'll be able to see that tomorrow for the third round of the championship. But it was a very mishmash approach that brought the V8 Vantage into existence. Of course, there was the conundrum by Aston Martin's chief engineers over, do we develop our own V8 again, like we did back during the Ford administration? The answer is no, because why develop an engine that could have been rife with technical issues when you can develop you can just buy an engine from one of the best engine manufacturers in Europe? And that's exactly what they did. They bought a V8 off of Mercedes-AMG, and that's why even after Mercedes' era of developing V8s in their road cars, Aston Martin still get brand new V8s shipped out of Germany to the UK, to Warwickshire, for them to put in the V8 Vantage. It's one of the funniest things ever. Even when Mercedes were forced to stop putting V8s in some of their AMG models, they were still making that exact model V8 that they can't use to send to Aston Martin. You know what? I'm going to keep the ball rolling on this. That is a major mess up from me. I do apologize for the fact that I didn't even have my mic on for that. That is a very rare incident. I have one of those older Turtle Beach headsets, and you can't see the actual mic probe, and it was folded up to the left-hand side of me, and I just couldn't see that it was folded up. It took for me to reach to the side of my head to scratch my head to realize, oh yeah, my mic's been folded up the whole time. And you've not heard a single thing I've said. Oh, that's brilliant. Well, whilst we're on the development chat, we may as well talk about Ferrari. Unless that was, also not mentioned before. It has been a bit of a struggle, to say the least, for Ferrari, I would say, with this 296. It may have the same underpinnings as the 499p, back-to-back Le Mans winning masterpiece of a vehicle from the Le Mans hypercar category. But the 296 is shackled by convention. I think I mentioned this earlier in the stream. It has just struggled. In this GT3 specification of that V6, obviously one of the major marketing points is the fact that it uses the same engine block of the 499p. The difference is the 499p makes about, looking at what, 700 horsepower on engine alone, and then you've got hybrid on top of that, above a certain amount of miles per hour. Yeah, the 296 just doesn't have that. It's 550, and you're getting 550 top end at best. And that's 550 with not a lot of torque. Even though it's twin turbo, it's definitely going to make a lot more torque than a car that's naturally aspirated. When you put it up against other twin turbo cars at the moment, like we've seen in this fight against Aston Martin, they're just going to keep struggling. There's no replacement for displacement. And I would like to point out, even to greater effect, that both of them are being showed up by a car that is naturally aspirated. That's the 5.4 litre naturally aspirated Ford M Sport developed V8 in that Mustang. So there is really no replacement for displacement, because you've got, what, 3 litre and 4 litre against 5.4 litre. There we go. Development chat rant out of the way. Development chat rant. I'm not even sure what to say anymore. I've genuinely been so knocked by that technical fault that at the second time this entire stream I've had to break character. Very bizarre stuff then. We're looking here imminently at the battle on the horizon here between Jake Garrett and Toby Cyril. That Mustang has been slowly gaining background on the BMW over the course of the last 25 minutes of racing here. See, right now is stuck in a little bit of a stalemate. Same as what we're seeing up in that battle for second position. Skeen and Sylph have been sitting very comfortably within a second of one another for what is over an hour and a half's worth of racing. It has been a truly remarkable fight between the pair of them. Really not an awful lot to discuss beyond that. It has been mostly strategy governing this race for a lot of the positions behind our top three. Beyond what has been the most noticeable fights on track. It has been now just drivers clawing back either time lost or time gained in strategy. Fundamentally, what you're looking at already is a solidified top three. It would take for a long way away charge from Parker Sukup and Jörg Masserat to challenge that status quo between Sylph, Skeen and Binks. These three, their teammates as well with Twardok, Patek and Mastromaro have cemented that top three in what has been iron rule from all three of these teams here, from Exclusive, from Euro Titans and from MSA, through prevailing circumstances, have forged what is an undeniable top three right now. With an hour and 6 minutes left to go, it would take some serious calamity to disrupt the order of things here. I don't see it coming from the direction of Skeen v Sylph. These two have been way too respectful with one another over the course of this fight. I could be proven wrong. I could absolutely be proven wrong, and I hope I'm not proven wrong, because this has been a battle way too good to spoil. So we stay on board then with Sylph. He's 0.2 of a second out of turn 11. Still hunting down second after all this time. A battle as old as time here. These two have forged their way up to second on a trail of blood. And now they are the only two left really to fight for it. Okay, yes, my mic has been on now for this. That's fantastic. You don't make the same mistake twice. You know, I feel like I could afford maybe one mistake on this stream, and then the rest of it is just, yeah, nah, it's been a naff stream. Hopefully that's not disrupted the flow of things for you watching at home that it has for me here, because that's mighty embarrassing that I went... How long was that, by the way, that I was silent for? Anyone in chat, feel free to tell me. Because I feel like that was in and around maybe 10, 15 minutes. And I'm hoping it's no more than about 15 minutes. I'm really not going to be happy with myself if that's the case. We're still watching here the Sylph v Skeen saga. It's a battle so long we're getting a director's cut for it. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, thank goodness for that. Thank you, Wesley. Okay, I can live with that being 5 to 10 minutes. I'm really sorry about that, guys. But, you know, we've been at this, what, with TRTN for... Looking at it now as a professional, probably about a year. Maybe a year. We're getting on for that. Wow, I think that's genuinely the first time in about a year I've made a mistake on that level. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about this. I don't know. You can feel free to tell me if I'm overreacting in chat. But that's embarrassing. I was getting onto a good conversation as well. You missed out. You really missed out. I was on some proper Socrates, Aristotle level conversation there about Aston Martin. And I'm sure you were all very sorry to have not been able to hear me talk about Aston Martin even more than I have over the course of this live stream, as if you haven't already had the director's cut Aston Martin documentary off of us here on TRTN. Can see as well, further around the field here, very close to one another at the moment, is Nicholas Koenig and Tony Garona, the 416 and the 45, fighting for 11th position. So we'll cut away from our long-winded saga and watch this will be the opportunity where they overtake one another. I guarantee you any money on that. 416 then, chasing the 45. Nicholas Koenig left vulnerable around the outside at turn 5. Tony Garona surfing him on through there, and the 416 McLaren very quickly decided stuff there in the fight for 11th. As we go back then to our saga here between these two, in a battle as old as time itself, so it seems. You really got to hand it to these two. It's the consistency on display between these two. I hope I mentioned it when the mic was still on, but it's a case here where you're seeing this argument that I've heard about off of some of the people that I speak with in K1 Esports. They talked about the dichotomy between the car that's better in a straight line versus the car that's better in the corners, for what circumstances would need to take place to where one would have a definite advantage. And right now we're on a track just balanced enough to where I think this battle would have been dictated purely off of where they came out in the pits. Because we saw it side by side there. The Aston carried more momentum. If it was the other way round, I think the Ferrari would still be stuck at about 6 tenths ahead of the Aston. If it came out ahead, it would have stayed at about that. These two have been so level on time. The level of consistency Skeen and Silver brought to the table at this leg of this battle is unparalleled. This is one of the most consistent drives I think I've ever seen. I'm going to check the Simbot statistics later on. And I might check the finishing statistics as well. Some of them do give consistency ratings. I'm expecting more than 99.5% because this is insanely close to the bar every single time between these two. They've been no more than about a second away from each other in the last hour. That is insane stuff when you really get down to it. I think even regardless of where either party comes out of at the end of this battle, whether it's second for Silf or second for Skeen, I think they can revel in the fact that they have had, in this series, the closest battle for position ever. Over an expansive time as well. They can really revel in that fact. And I think Silf now is looking to try and make this one a cheeky strategy dive into the pit lane. Skeen's going to be able to go long here at the end of hour 3. That is the end of this stint for Silf. He'll be handing over then most likely to Craig Twardock to take it to the end of this race. Having a look around the field here to see where our next fights could be coming from. We can see Martijn van Maanen's making his way out on track from 7th position at the moment, having swapped in for Toby Cyril. And now he'll be on the last stint with K1. Looking for a top 10 finish then is the hopeful signs here on the number 1 car at K1 Esports. They've done a very good job today to keep themselves in the clear and narrow, outside of any trouble. Their teammates in the 114 haven't been so lucky today. But such is the case with endurance racing where, you know, these things do happen. And for the one driver that's getting a lot of luck in staying out of trouble. We see Mansa Croda in chat. If you are talking about the straight versus the corner car and setup you want, it's not only the driver, it's not only the car to take in, but also the driver and driver style. Is the driver able to tame the car and take the best out of it? You can also, if you cannot get the best out of your car, maybe the other is the better pick. That's a very good, you know, it's a very good point to make. A very good point to make. On paper, yeah, we can just study machinery and pound for pound what's going to be better in a straight line, what's going to be better in the corners. But then, like you say, it's how do the drivers tackle that? You know, we've seen drivers with, you know, these very heavy machines. I think one of the best examples I could give you for a car that is not good in the corners but has a phenomenal driver in it that tames it through the corners is, if you're watching the Sunday League, Jason Bush, number 33 Lexus. That, you know, it's a tank, that car. It's one of the oldest in the game. It is quite a lofty car. It's on the heavier side, front engine, rear drive. It's got a bit of an understeery complex. But then you see how he drives that car, and he drives it with such grace, such precision. He's lasered in on the nuances of that car, and that's what gets him those consistent podiums. And then if you want to take a look at a car that is, let's say, better in the corners, but that is then ragged up right to the edge with the cars that are faster in a straight line, well, I would... it's a tougher one to say. It's a tough one to say because you've got plenty of choice when it comes to, you know, Ferrari would be your go-to pick. You know, these cars that are great in the corners, not so great in a straight line. I would like to propose one more, and this is an old choice, right? This is an old choice here. So we just quickly see what the bottom line is in Twardock v Puttick. Puttick's about to come out of the pit lane now. Drops round through turn 1. We're watching here with Craig Twardock. Where does the penny drop on the final run here? Out through turn 1, you can see up the road. There's the Aston Martin. So he's managed to put about 2.7 seconds on Twardock on strategy alone. That is great stuff by Hayden Puttock. Of course, Jörg Masserat is ahead in second, is going to be coming into the pits very shortly. Same story, I believe, for the car behind them there, the number 813 of Jake Garrett. So, like I said, with a car that's good in the corners, not so great in the straight lines, but a driver who's drove it like very effectively, this is an incredibly old pick. If those of you remember when we covered GHR XCC, the 6 hours of Nürburgring, the IGF team, I think it was Kai Tisdale, Paul Muller, and Marcus Pilkington. It could have also been Archie Bush in there. Those 3 or 4, they drove the car over the course of that season. That, you know, those are drivers well attuned to the machine. Straight line was never Porsche's complex to, you know, be fighting in. They were losing out to BMW. They were losing out to McLaren. Even Ferrari could walk around them at one point. But they drove the absolute brakes off that car. And even despite the fact that BMW and McLaren and Ferrari were all faster than them down the straight, down the Hatzenbecks, down towards Vidal, they were still leading the race. I mean, there was also other contributing factors in there, but pace-wise as well, they were always up in that top 10. And then through driving the absolute brakes off that car, got them that race win. One of the most iconic wins I think we've had in GHR was that win, because who would have thought not only a privateer team, but a Porsche in the height of competition in the great XCL versus K1 rivalry would sneak through and deliver on a fantastic result like that. Those are 2 examples I could give you for, you know, fast car, fast driver, fast corner car, fast drivers in that argument there by Mansa Crota. It's a very solid point to make. It is a very solid point to make. So we're still on board with Craig Twardock as he hunts down Hayden Puttock. That gap has come down by about a second since we started watching, but a little mistake there over the inner loop. You can see him leap there. It was airtime on the 414. We're going to replay on that. Oh my word, did you catch that there? On his way on the exit, so we see entering here, the start, gets a little bit upset here, and that's where it bounces the car. He has to take the run off the track. That's airtime, yeah? All 4 wheels are up off the ground. You can see the car rotating under its own torque like a pro truck. Oh my word. How is that not suspension damage for Twardock? I'm sure that Hayden Puttock will be elated with that. But how is that not suspension damage for the Ferrari? Was it Mansa Crota in chat asking, how is the Fetch GT23 car doing? And I'm glad you asked, because we are looking to catch up with them at some point. Of course, it was an interesting decision made by the team to go away from Aston Martin. They've halved their points in the championship standings by changing vehicle, but it's paid off for them quite nicely because they've not lost awfully too much pace. They are still fighting in and around that top 10 at the moment. They're in 10th position. John Williams is behind the wheel at the moment on the number 23. They've done remarkably well over the course of this race. They're not exactly too far away from the nearest car on track to them, that being Kyle Williams. You can see he's only about 2 or 3 corners away. With 54 minutes left to go, he could still possibly pull that gap back. So there is absolutely still the chance to fight this one back. Even coming away from that, for Fetch GT, it has still been a risk worth taking, I'd say, moving away from Aston Martin. They were having, I'd say, fairly average results. I couldn't comment necessarily on their capacity in terms of overall pace, because they were briefly in and around it. Fetch GT was still present in regards to the championship in the early sort of rounds of this series. I think this late move now, obviously they've salvaged the point that they're not really in it for the championship anymore. The 23 is now more of a development drive. Moving over to McLaren's definitely the step in the right direction. So if they do return for Season 2, absolutely this will be a great starting point. This is a good starting point for the team to start making those big decisions in terms of vehicle choice. They know that the championship's not really theirs left to claim, so they can start moving from here, and it's definitely been a step in the right direction for the team. But you can see that the drivers just seem to be a little bit more comfortable with McLaren over Aston Martin. Yes, the Aston's more stable. You could definitely rely on the Aston Martin to give you more stable results, but it's a jack of all trades car. In its current state, it's a fantastic vehicle, don't get me wrong, but you would need a almost entirely Aston Martin focused crowd of drivers to get the most out of it. You can stick drivers, say one drives a 296, the other drives a McLaren, but then you've got a third or fourth guy who likes to drive, say, the Mustang. You could stick all three of them in an Aston, they'll do fine. They will do fine. That is one of the best strengths the Aston Martin has, is the fact that it is a car that is almost universally easy to pick up, no matter your driving style. But you could tell with Thatch they just weren't comfortable with that. It was working, but it was always awkward. I think you could see that in the way that they were never really on the pace they wanted to be. You can see they were always pushing the car, and the car wasn't giving them an awful lot to play with. Whereas you can see where Puttock and Skeen, they have trained around the Aston Martin pretty much the entire time they've played ACC. Their careers have been anchored around the V8 and through the sort of, I would say, the sister car, the AMG GT. They're so very close to each other on development, even so much so as to use the same engine under the bonnet there. It's they've always stuck around this type of car, and that's what's able to push them, and by contrast, the Aston itself up to being a front runner. That gap as well between himself and Twardok, so they're back in second and third. But now that gap is separated by 3 seconds there, so a long way to fight it back. We'll stay on board with Craig Twardok over the course of this lap. We'll be back in just a moment. And so we're back on with Craig Twardok in the closing sort of laps. Well, I say closing laps, we've got 49 minutes, but you know what I mean. And so Croto in chat, you were right about the Aston. It's an off pick from Thatch. And the other endurance, it's all Ferrari minded. We are looking for the next season to expand on our car picks. What is better for driver, team to get out of it. I'd say if absolutely stick with Ferrari. If you've got mostly Ferrari-minded drivers, I wouldn't say that fielding less Ferraris is the right step in the direction for you. But it's definitely worth experimenting with McLaren, because I don't think there's too much bleed over between what kind of skill set you need to effectively use the 296 versus what you need to effectively use the 720. I'd say it's more strategic, Cole. You're sacrificing pace for longevity. The Ferrari 296, as I've said, I sound like a broken record, pound for pound, one of the best endurance cars going. It is not hard to see where the longevity for competition comes from. And the 296, I don't know what they did with it in the game, but the tyre degradation is just unparalleled. You can drive these things probably I would say 2 or 3 stints. You could easily get out of a 296 on around the same pace with some training. Whereas the 720S, it will fall off faster. It's not going to dramatically drop off. You'll notice the difference compared to the Ferrari, obviously. And I think obviously that's what they're out to achieve today, is sizing up, is the McLaren going to be the better pick than just fielding 3 Ferraris and calling it a day? I'd say one car to take a look at. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the go-to pick, but if you're interested in V6 mid-rear, Honda NSX. I've seen a handful of people run the Honda NSX over the years. The only issue is terrible support. Not a lot of people want to use it. Not a lot of people like using it. And it's a little bit more unstable than the 296. But I've seen in the corners, it has promise. We've seen over the years, I've seen drivers like Joshua Kaufman and Hayden Puttick, two most notable examples, run the NSX to decent effect. Kaufman did it back with Kitsune Motorsports in the AXRL Southern Endurance Series, and he was pretty good there. And it was a solo job for him. It was in an endurance series, like 3 to 4 hour races a pop. On his own, was doing like pretty solid times and pretty solid results with Honda. And then, of course, in the Sunday League, maybe Donington wasn't the best round to go off of, but, you know, Puttick's experimenting with Honda. He was going to run Bentley at one point, moved away from that, went to Honda, and he's doing all right with that as well. So it's one option to consider. I wouldn't take my word for that, but if you're going to experiment in private with changing stuff up at Fatch, give the Honda a look. I would love to see more teams run that. The only issue is, like I said, compared to like the 296 and the McLaren, it's got terrible support. Absolutely terrible. Barely any setups for that, because it was a car that even for its time went under the radar. See at the moment, Benjamin Hoopert in the 415. Now, our graphics are out of date when it comes to the 415, and that's because we were kept out of the loop on their move over to Ford. And this is an interesting one, to say the least. Where the gamble for exclusive has evidently worked to great effect, you can see the teething issues that have appeared with MSA. Now, this isn't necessarily 100% their fault. They've had some issues over the course of this race, as has half the, front-running grid have had issues over the course of this race. Watkins Glen is one of those tracks that's going to present very quickly to you the typical issues of an endurance race, lapping traffic, being held up by traffic, crashing into other people crashing into you, so on and so forth. But you can see the teething issues that come with it. Last time we saw Bjorn Egil Kalseth and Benjamin Hoopert, they were driving a McLaren. So this is a interesting leap. But I think it shows the flexibility of these drivers. You can pop them into a machine like this and he's still inside a top 15 finishing standard. That's not too bad, even given the prevailing circumstances at play. Strategy's not been to their best. And that's because the introduction of damage. So they're rolling with the punches, don't get me wrong. You can see where the teething issues are coming from with that Ford, though. You see, it has been just second to none, though. I have never, in all my time, and I don't want to sound like I'm, singing high praises here. This is, the Mastro Mauro and Binks show, but really, you can't take that away from them. This has been a knockout drive. Before we saw knockout drives back with NLR in the opening round of this championship in the number 5 Ford Mustang. Even that, in its prime of performance, and this is no disrespect to them, even a prime of that isn't even half what we're seeing here. Because that drive by Bergman and Damrat, you were looking like, 30, 40 second lead? These guys are leading by laps now. I have no idea what kind of mad science had to have gone on at Exclusive Headquarters when they were developing the lineup for the 791 and when they managed to sign Matteo Mastromauro. But it is an insane prospect. They have gambled exuberantly with the opportunity for a 5th car, and it has paid off massively. Looking around the field, we can see now, this is the fight for 6th position. We've been waiting for a battle for some time here, and it now manifests itself in the form of Van Manen v Rod. So BMW and Ford fighting here. Euro Titans versus K1. We're watching from the perspective of the attacking car, the number 1 K1 Esports Mustang. Just under 43 minutes left to go then in this race. It has been an interesting one, to say the least. That knockout drive we've seen by the 791, of course, is one of the major talking points and will be one of the major talking points till the end of the season, especially if they're to keep the ball rolling like this going into Kyle Army and the Nürburgring, which I imagine is going to be the proper Goliath challenge. I think a lot of the teams are dreading now. Even if it is the round out of the championship, it's going to be a case for a lot of them. In order to maintain position, they're going to have to survive, let alone win. See a little tap against the wall there by Van Manen. In that last lap, he was 3 tenths faster, so Van Manen has the potency to get past Kieran Rodd in the 8.13. But really now, it's just a case of structuring that move, and very few opportunities available this length of the race. This might be the first of only a handful for him. He's got a very good run out of the S's. It's side by side. Round turn 4, it's contact into the wall. Goes Van Manen. Oh my word, there it was a contact up through turn 4. You can see he really went for it there on his run round turn 2. Into turn 3, he's at the apex there, side by side, a little bit of a tap. Then as we get through turn 4, there, you can see where he's hit over the rear left. I think that was there. Turned him in and then bounced back off and into the wall. Oh no, it has all gone horribly, horribly wrong for Martijn Van Manen and K1 Esports. What we're looking to be the prospect for a fight for 6th there is going to be an emergency run to the pit lane. That's if he can get it back to the pit lane. You can see the extent of damage. Hang on, I forget the camera's right here. The extent of the damage on Van Manen's car. Hang on, let me just switch the, we go into video capture device filters. Let me just switch the night vision on. That does nothing for me. Okay. You can see, maybe by the color of the buttons there, that he's having to steer it almost 90 degrees to the right to go straight in that Mustang. You see he's just gone straight there. He's having to chastain the walls. Oh no, it's gone even further wrong. That's yellow flags out. Surely that's curtains for the number 1. That has gone horribly wrong for the number 1 team at K1 Esports. You can see that that Mustang's dragging a wheel now. I've never seen damage like that in a car keep moving. Somehow they're doing it. Jack Gill's very quickly catching them up here. He's only 14 seconds away. Ian Oates is looking to unlap himself as well from the number 1 in the number 77. He's dragging a wheel that I've never seen a car get that damaged. I have to cut away from them. It's just, that has not gone well for them. They're limping that car home there. It's green flag at the moment. The caution shown for turns 9, 10 and 11. See the Cheeseman here as well. Also has damage, so it's double trouble for K1 Esports. They've got damage on both the 114 and on the number 1. It has gone from bad to worse. Nonetheless, we're back on board then with a battle as old as time. The battle of 2nd place, now from the perspective of Hayden Puttock, leading the charge yet again from Craig Twardock. But Twardock, I must say, has made quite some ground up. Let's put it that way. From what was a 3-second deficit is now under that pivotal second. We're watching from the perspective of the defending car, the number 696 Aston Martin. Master Mason chiming into chat saying that the 114's damage looks like a visual glitch, as they don't actually have any damage on the Mercedes. That is a bizarre one then. ACC letting us down a little bit with the refresh rate on vehicle damage. Clearly it's been fixed on the 114. It's still showing up as the whole front of the car caved in. Right now, though, we're still watching the battle for second. Looks like Twildok's bringing to it a much more invigorated drive at this length of the race here, with Puttock looking a little bit more vulnerable than Euro Titans would like him to be. Normally, it's been a very calm state of affairs, that en passant enforced between Skeen and Sylph. Twildok and Puttock is a different story entirely. Craig Twildok is not looking to hang around staring at the back end of the Aston Martin all race long, as nice as it is to look at. He wants out in front and he wants up in a second. He's looking to make this a second place finish here for MSA, putting themselves as far as they can from the 788, which is currently only down in 4th position. That's Parker Suka. Alongside him will be Elmas Mikkelsen. So despite that incident earlier in the race, you're only talking about a positions difference there. That'll do very little to dent their hopes of the championship title. Of course, 31 points. And they'll only dent that by probably about 5 or 6 points either side of it there, from where they're standing. So it is imperative for them then, with 36 minutes left to go, to get out in front of that Aston Martin. For Euro Titans at the moment, it is a proper payday on the horizon, with plenty of teams in front of them in the top 10 of the standings. They'll be jumping a very healthy few on their way up towards at least a top 5 by the end of this championship, if they're to keep the ball rolling the way they are. Slide then around turn 5 for Hayden Puttock, holding his nerve there with Craig Twildok barreling down on him in that Ferrari. Round turn 6 we go. Twildok gluing himself to the inside line. Where does the penny drop between the pair of them? We can see it's getting very close there. Earlier on the brakes was Hayden Puttock. I think Twildok had to react quite suddenly in the middle of the corner to try and stop himself from going into the back end of that Aston Martin. He's waiting for his opportunity here. Down at turn 8. Doesn't get it in there. Very late on the brakes goes the Aston Martin of Hayden Puttock, holding his nerve there up towards turn 9. Into turn 10 and 11 we go. Puttock has done very nicely here to hold off the advance of Craig Twildok. Will go on board the perspective of the attacking car, the two then. Craig Twildok in the 414 MSA Ferrari, hunting down second position off of Hayden Puttock. We're going on the dash cam here to give you some proper perspective in the pitch black darkness here at Watkins Glen International. Up round the S as we go. Now they're quickly running into, that's Kyle Williams in the 789. That's the exclusive McLaren there. Blue flags are shown for the 789. He's a long way away from 9th position, so maybe in the position to be moving over quickly to these two. At the moment, they do not want to be putting themselves in the iron sights of these two, who have been fighting now for what is over 2 hours. It has been a second to none performance from the pair. In through turn 7 we go then, toe corner. Down to the boot straight. Well, I say up the boot straight, I should say. Towards turn 8 we go. Puttock running deep there at turn 9. It could be side-by-side action up towards turn... turn 9 out of turn 8. So side-by-side out of turn 9. That got a little bit close there. We only caught just the flailing end of that. Out of turn 9, very nearly got spicy there. You can see sparks fly between the Aston and the Ferrari. It wasn't a major contact. Now out of turn 11 we go. A little rub against the wall for the Aston. The Ferrari still right with him, tucked firmly into the slipstream. You can see ahead of him there at the moment is Kyle Williams and Norbulon Bele in the number 789 and number 100. They are swiftly running into traffic here as they make their way out of the 90 and up to the S's. "32 minutes left to go, just under 33 here. Hours starting to tick by, the sort of minutes starting to tick by like hours. Incredibly tense atmosphere in that fight for second between these two. They held their nerve, and it was very almost a methodical fight between Skeen and Sylph over the course of the last hour. Now that it's been handed into the controls of their teammates, they've got a much different attitude in regards to this. They're not looking to make this about strategy. They're not looking about making this about consistency. They're going hell for leather. You can see a much more enthusiastic drive out of the pair of them in regards to getting that position up. The teammates were more than happy to sort of bide their time, hunt on consistency, and sort of wait for the mistake to present itself. They're not going to overstress each other. There's really just not a point considering how high up the order they are. I wouldn't say the same for their teammates. They've got a lot more of a pragmatic mindset about this. You know, let's get this done here. I want the position. I'm going to get the position. I'm not going to wait for strategy to give me the position. Things could get very spicy with the introduction of traffic there. Norville and Bele in the number 100. That's the UGL car ahead of these two at the moment. He's swiftly going to find himself in the way of this stampede for second, though it will be free slipstream for the Aston. He won't be arguing with that. Down towards the 90, and Bele hits the brakes. Oh, it's a sudden change in direction by Twardok. Had to narrowly avoid Mbele there. That could have gone horribly wrong for the 414. And for that correction, he's about half a second out from the Aston. Bear in mind, they've still got Kyle Williams to get by in the 789 car. 1.9 seconds up the road from them. You can see him there in the McLaren. So looking here with 30 minutes left to go in this race, Fazzy Binks and Matteo Mastromaro still lead this race. We're watching the battle of two between Potok and Twardok. Euro Titans and MSA fighting for the remaining slots on the podium. Parker Sukup in fourth with exclusive. And rounding out the top five, the NRW Performance Ferrari of Sebastian Turner. Jack Giles in the 315 is in sixth position. John Williams in seventh in the number 23. A great development drive by all accounts for Fats GT's move over to McLaren. Benjamin Hooper in 8th position in the 415. A good development drive by MSA's move to Ford. Kyle Williams in 9th position at the moment. We see him in front of our fight for second at the moment. We're still watching the perspective of the attacking car. The Ferrari there of Craig Twardok. Oh, and it goes nuclear. It's side by side on the run out of turn 8. Both of them start tripping up over the curbs. That could have spilled over. We're just waiting now. We're biding our time, waiting for when things go proper hell for leather between these two. This has been an alarmingly measured drive over the course of this lap. They're really throwing everything at it now. Just as Skeen said, it's the opening hour and last 30 minutes, so do expect some carnage now between Twardok and Potok. I don't think they're going to be leaving much more up to chance here. It's now or it's never. So continuing down our order from 9th position, it's Kyle Williams in the 789 and Tony Garona rounds out the top 10. Nick Mask is in 11th with Brandon Roos in 12th position. Martin Van Manen down to 13th. It would have been a top 10 result for K1 had it not been for the extreme damages suffered on their run up through turn 4. Jake Garrett's in 14th with Ben Sekis in 15th. Ben Cheeseman 16th and Norville and Bele in 17th. Rounding out our 18 cars is Ian Oates in the number 77 VSR Endurance Team Ferrari. We do have yellow flags. It's the number 813, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be, looking at it here, we want to try and get a look on board the 813. That's Jake Garrett in 14th. Nowhere near losing the position at the moment, so no imminent threat of further position loss for the 813. They're back going now out of turn 7. Back into green flag conditions. We're still on board then with Craig Twardok. In what has been one of the longest battles of position I think we've ever seen here on ACC. These two have been absolutely inseparable of one another all race long, so it feels like. And with no end in sight, they're giving it absolutely everything here. You can see using every available inch of the track, pushing both cars to the absolute limit. Narrowly avoiding the wall. 0.3 of a second from one another as we get on to lap 119 here at Watkins Glen. down towards turn 6 we go then, through the chute corner. And we're just watching now with bated breath. We're waiting to see exactly where things go in regards to this battle. It's so hard to make a proper assessment on this when these two have been so close to each other, so evenly matched, even through their run of the teammates as well, through Sylph and Skeen's performance. Even after all of that, Twardok and Puttock find themselves equally matched. Really, we're just watching now purely to see where does it go. If it does go anywhere, where does it go? Because it could happen at any time here. Taking a look on the rest of our sort of readouts here, the nearest battles to us are quite far and few between. This is the closest battle on track. Most drivers now separated on strategy. These two have been inseparable even in spite of strategy runs. They've emerged from the pit lane no more than 5 seconds away from one another. A truly inseparable duo. Down into turn 1 we go then. We saw just how close Twardok was willing to take it there to the back end of Hayden Puttock's Aston Martin. He is slowly starting to lose sight of the Aston there. Whatever Puttock has been doing, it is working to great effect here. He's now 0.6 of a second up before we've hit the inner loop chicane. But all of that time is that which Craig Twardok makes up over the course of the next couple of corners on this track. Heading into the middle and final sector is where the Ferrari is really able to open the taps here. You see how much later he's able to get on the brakes as well. He knows that even under the brakes he's still got better rotation than the Aston. Down at turn 6 he's able to give it a lot more confidence heading into this section of the track. You see ahead of them at the moment there is Kyle Williams in that purple McLaren. He's into the wall though at turn 7. Very nearly found himself in trouble with these two as they go rolling on by. Down towards turn 8 we go then at the heel. See the thing, he keeps it a lot more calm in this section of the track here. Puttock is not overstressing the Aston Martin, as you can see that Twardok is properly sending that Ferrari through these last 3 corners. You see, even after all of that, the Aston's slowly peeling away in a straight line. The effect is a little less obvious now this late on in the race. Now they're on lower loads of fuel. The Ferrari's able to stay very close. It's got the slipstream as well, but it's just this slow pull away that the Aston's got in a straight line here. It's been one of their major strong points, was their choice of vehicle. They've been using it to great effect. They've really been working within the strengths of the Aston. You can see exactly where it is on display here, heading into the inner loop chicane. See just how hard he's having to push the Ferrari now as well. These are two drivers at the absolute apex of their ability, working well within the confines of what the machine can give them. And now we're about to see where the penny drops as they nearly go side by side into turn 6, trying for a switchback, but cut off there at the apex by the Aston Martin. I've got to say, it is a brilliant attack and defense here. The unstoppable force meets the immovable object in the form of Puttock v Twardok. The active phase of the MSA versus ETE conflict for second place. It has been proper tacticianry between both sides. And there's a lot of respect on display there. These two, they're pushing, they're playing hard, but they're playing fair. Up into turn 9 we go. We'll go on board the perspective of the defending car then. We try and get on board with the Aston here. We'll see exactly what their perspective of things is as going into 122 laps of racing. Wow, we really only just take it in now. Just how long we've been at this. We stay on board then. The 696, watching from their perspective down through turn 1. You can see this is the rear view. They've got the Ferrari practically reading the sponsors off of their rear bumper. As we go barreling up the S's, there is practically nothing between them this time around. Up through turn 4 we go. Craig Twardok is going to have to hold on for dear life here on the run down towards the inner loop chicane. He is trying for it. He's looking for a fake out on him there. Puttock doesn't yield. He's going hell for leather through the inner loop chicane. He's held his nerve rather nicely there out through turn 5. He's holding on to second with an iron grip in that Aston. This has been, honestly, one of the greatest battles I think I've ever seen. Not only for its, complexity in terms of, have they been pushing each other around the track? Have they been going side by side? It's also for the fact that it has gone on for so unimaginably long. At this level as well, where most drivers would crack, these two have not buckled nor yielded to any one single set of terms. It has been brilliant stuff. Unyielding progress from both sides. Now it gets a little bit nasty as we see swerving a little bit down towards turn 10. Twardock's to the inside on Puttock. This is getting very active now in towards turn 11. This is where the drivers are going to be at their most tense. As we heard off of skiing, the most active parts of the race is in that first hour and last 30 minutes. We're now into the last 20 as we get down towards turn 1. You can see what is currently an observer to one of the greatest battles on track is Kyle Williams in the 789. He's got a clear line of sight on these two. Rip each other to shreds here at Watkins Glen. Up through turn 4 we go. And for his efforts, he's got half a second to play with here as he enters the inner loop chicane on lap 123 in the Aston. Out through turn 6 we go. You see, this is where the Ferrari is able to make such a lunge here. As at turn 7, it's so much later on the brakes. It's practically glued to the rear bumper of the Aston on the exit of turn 7. As we head up the boot straight towards turn 8 at the heel, the Aston's having to start considering that inside line. Twardock looks for the inside line himself there, tries for a fake out, doesn't make it stick. Out through turn 8 into turn 9 we go. 19.5 minutes left to go. We have yellow flags out. This is for turn 5. It's the 114 Mercedes from K1 Esports. Has run into more trouble in the last 20 minutes of this race. Is that the nail in the coffin on their performance today? Only time will tell. We're still watching the battle then of second place in what has been an epic saga between MSA and Euro Titans for the positions that remain on the podium. After what has been a dominant drive by the 791, the real talk of the paddock today has been this battle right here. A tale as old as the race itself. These two have been inseparable through 2 runs of the pit stop. They have been no more than 5 seconds apart from one another. Where does the saga end? Who comes out on top? We have 18.5 minutes to find that out. Out through turn 5 we go. The outer loop curve bringing us to turn 6 at the shoot curve. Twardock looking ever closer to the inside, but Puttock just planting that Aston Martin on the apex. He's not letting the Ferrari an easy path through. If he is going to take the position off his hands, it's going to be with some difficulty. Up through turn 7, we're down to turn 8 now, out of the boot straight down towards the heel. We have yellow flags out in front. It's the 415, it's Benjamin Hoopert. What on earth had gone on for Hoopert there? The Mustang's in at the wall off of turn 8. What that is a free position though for Kyle Williams. Who I imagine isn't going to be complaining awfully too much about a free position on his hands. He's up to 7th in the 789. He's really had quite a delightful race there. He's gone up a free position. He's been able to watch one of the best battles in-house. It's been a grand old day for the number 789. You see now they're starting to divide. Puttick's really putting the hammer down at the latter half of this race. And remarkably so, what was normally the stonewall charge through the inner loop chicane that the Aston has been able to use to great effect all race long has actually shifted in focus of the Ferrari. Puttick's actually having to hold the inside at turn 6. Craig Twardock had an absolute blinder out of sector 1. But in on the grass there, he's had to trim a little bit of time away, lest he takes an early doors trip into the Tech Pro barriers out of turn 7. Bit of a slide there for the Ferrari, getting the grass off the tyres. That temporary lapse in judgment there may cost Twardock dearly, but I think he'll have very little issue making the time back up. He's really been pushing the envelope out with that Ferrari. You can tell there's so much more life left in it. With 15 minutes left to go, he's absolutely got the capacity to push, but has he got the capacity to get past the Aston, which has put on a grand defending performance? So on to lap 126 of this race. Let's get a look then at our running order. Of course, we're looking at the battle for second. Currently second is Hayden Puttick. In third is Craig Twardock. You can see joining them on track there is the, I believe that's the 4:15 of Benjamin Houpert. After his run into the pit lane, yes, you can see the Mustang is back out on track and at the back of the top 10. So a very good job for him to salvage this drive after that incident down at turn 8. Bazzy Binks leads this race alongside Matteo Mastromaro in the 791 Ford Mustang. It looks like Ford's first win since round 1 is soon upon us here with 15 minutes left to go. Parker Sukup's in 4th with Sebastian Turner in 5th position. Jack Giles in 6th with Kyle Williams in 7th position. Matthew Williams in 8th. Tony Corona 9th and Brandon Roos in 10th. Oh, so Houpert has actually dropped a few positions there. Nick Mashk is in 11th with Benjamin Houpert in 12th, Martin Van Manen in 13th, Jake Garrett in 14th, Ben Sekis in 15th, Ben Cheeseman 16th, Norbiel and Belay in 17th, and Ian Oates in 18th position. We're back on board then, the fight for second. As now they start to encounter traffic, it's Ben Sekis and Nick Mashk ahead of them at the moment. Also up the road is Brandon Roos. You can see quickly navigating the traffic there. There's the Porsche of Ben Sekis. It's going to be harder to navigate these two as Nick Mashk and Brandon Roos look to be fighting for position. This is for 10th. You can see, though, that the number 45 has gone wide out of turn 8 there into turn 9. Following on their trails, that purple McLaren in front of them, don't mistake it for an exclusive. That's the Tempest. That's the number 30 car. Out through turn 10 we go into turn 11. He's quickly watching a fight here for the back of the top 10 positions. Neither of these two seem all that interested in moving over. Brandon Roos is going to hold the right-hand side of the track, but he has pinned it on the throttle there. And McLaren giving him everything he can there. He's had to slot back in behind. It may be the same story for Nick Mashk, though he'll be hard-pressed to want to move behind 2 cars and invite Brandon Roos into the fight for 10th. He knows not that he has much choice here up through the S's. The Aston is only going to keep charging. If the BMW chooses to be in the way, it's up to himself to get himself out of the mess he's creating. Number 45 is going to hold his ground down the back straight. You can see he's been given the lights there and the blue flags. Into the inner loop chicane we go. The 45 now holding up the battle for second, separated by only 0.3 of a second. That becomes 0.2 at turn 5. Could the 45 wedge a bit of a wrench in the works on this so carefully crafted battle for second? Mashk is going to hold the outside of turn 6 at the chute curve. Puttick is still alongside him on the exit there. Did you see how narrow the exit margin was between those two? It almost spun the Aston around. Into turn 7 we go then. Twardock continues to follow on the trails of Hayden Puttick. Nick Mashk is side by side with Brandon Roos. 2 battles for the price of 1. You can't ask for a deal better than that. We're trying to look behind to see what's going on as well. Nick Mashk is going to take it to the inside at turn 8. Brandon Roos looking for a switchback on him by the time we get to turn 9. But he's 0.3 of a second off heading into turn 9 there. Meanwhile, our fight for second continues to rage on. Half a second between the pair of them and 12 minutes left to go. See the Ferrari getting more and more confident on the brakes into turn 1. He's using a more and more aggressive line constantly leaving the pressure on the Aston, letting him know, I'm not going anywhere. You won't shake me so easily. They're just over half a lap behind the 791, who's just making his way down to turn 11. He's got 11.5 minutes left to go as he starts lap 129, I believe so. Out through turn 5 then. Better of the two lines. He's now 0.6 up. So we're going to quickly cut away from this battle. We do have a battle right up ahead. It's the battle of 12th position. That's currently being held between Hupert and Van Marnen. The battle of the Mustangs here. 0.3 of a second between the pair of them. Jake Garrett about 20 seconds down the road. And behind them as well, of course, our battle of second between Puttock and Twardok. That is itself 0.4 of a second. See here with Benjamin Hupert hunting down Martijn van Marnen. He's actually had to hit the brakes a handful of times there on the exit of turn 1, so he's scrubbing momentum. Can't get past the number 1 before the S's. Now as he gets up through the S's, heading towards the inner loop chicane. Both of them have great straight line speed here, but they're at level pegging when it comes to technical standpoints. Both of them running the Mustang. Who is going to come out on top here? It's a battle of nerve down towards the inner loop chicane. Van Marnen goes later on the brakes, holds his nerve. They're fighting through the inner loop chicane towards turn 5. Hupert is still right with him, though. Out through turn 5 we go. They are absolutely matched there on the run to turn 6. What is the plan for Benjamin Hupert? You can see he was holding centre mass of the road there, looking for the inside line at turn 6. Van Marnen still holding on. Looking at the moment, the gap between Twardok and Puttock, 0.6 of a second. So that is starting to open up in favour of the Aston. He's starting to pull away here with 10 minutes left to go. We're back on the fight of Hupert v Van Marnen. Out through turn 8 we go at the heel curve. Towards turn 9 and 10. An interesting little double battle. We do like to see some of those here at this late stage of this 4-hour race. The gap now 0.4 of a second between Puttock and Twardok. We can see as well the gap even closer between Hupert and Van Marnen. Heading out of turn 11, it's almost absolutely level between the Mustangs. Hupert's going to be to the inside. It's a drag race down towards turn 1 at the 90. Hupert's going to have to really hope for something here. Van Marnen is going to try and be brave around the outside at turn 1. He's still holding his nerve. Side by side on the run towards turn 2. This is brilliant between the pair of them, but Hupert's out in front. Now Van Marnen's got the adage of slipstream on his run up through the S's and down towards the inner loop chicane. What can Van Marnen pull out of his hat here after losing out position? Out through turn 4 we go. He knows he's got the slipstream on Benjamin Hupert. Benjamin Hupert moving to the centre of the road there, trying to hold off Van Marnen. He's going to try and go around the outside of the inner loop chicane. He's holding his nerve, biding his time, but Hupert's out in front by the time we get to turn 5 there. You can see Puttock v Twardok is now making its way onto the same stretch of tarmac here. We're up through the S's in our fight for second place. Still watching from the perspective of the attacking car of Craig Twardok. Down towards the inner loop chicane we go. It is getting incredibly close here with very little time left to go. Throwing absolutely everything at it now. Things could go horribly wrong or horribly right for MSA. It's a huge gamble, but one that they're willing to take here. They're going to have to go like hell if they want to get past the number 696 Aston. Just quickly checking in on that fight. Hupert now out in front of Van Marnen, so he's made it stick and then some. 1.2 seconds up. This late stage of the race here. We're talking no more than about 5 laps left on the charts before the checkered flag. These two have got to make every lap count now more than ever. Out through turn 11 we go. Then you can see just how close he's been keeping it to the back of the Aston through sector 3. But he's got a little bit pear-shaped out of turn 11. He's had to scrub a lot of momentum, of which he has needed in spades to be keeping with the Aston down the straights here. Six and a half minutes left to go. Every minute ticking by like an hour in and of itself. So suspenseful now in the fight for second between these two. Time is growing fickle. You can see that, well, you hear it almost as well, that lifting of the throttle. The tyres are well and truly baked on that Ferrari. I'm going to use a little bit of the center throttle technique to try and find any more sort of dregs of available grip. There is shreds of it still kicking around on those Pirellis. These two have properly worn these cars out. I never thought I'd see him defy the impossible there. Ferrari being outcooked on its tyres. Five minutes left to go. We're still watching this fight here. We're going to try and get a look around the field here for one last time. Of course, still leading this race and looking very sure of a victory on the horizon. Wow, that was very wide there by Twardog. That could be the nail in the coffin on that fight against Hayden Puttock. But don't breathe a sigh of relief too early in the 696. There's still 5 minutes left to go. So leading this race as we cut away from the battle for second is the number 791 of Fazzy Vinks and Matteo Mastromaro. They're looking very sure of a victory here in the next 5 minutes on what has been a second-to-none dominant performance by the 791 Mustang. It won't be 3 in a row for the 788 exclusive car, but it will be 3 in a row for exclusive as a team, courtesy of the Mustang. What has been definitely a big gamble in the additions to their lineup. Just a little scrape that out of turn 11. 4.5 minutes left to go. Only a handful of laps still left in it. Puttock in second there, now leading by nearly 2 seconds away from Craig Twardog. Parker Sukup is in 4th position. Sebastian Turner 5th. Jack Giles in 6th. Kyle Williams in 7th. Tony Garona in 8th. Not too far away from him at all is Matthew Williams fighting for 8th. He's in 9th position on the development drive for Fats GT's number 23 McLaren, replacing its Aston Martin. Brandon Roos with Tempest Motorsports makes the top 10 ahead of Nick Mashk in the number 45. Martin Van Manen in the number 1 is in 12th ahead of Benjamin Hoopert, who appears to run into some trouble. We saw them last when Hoopert was ahead on that fight. You can see damage before the 415 at the last possible minute. So it has gone all pear-shaped for the 415 squadron. K1 will revel in the fact that they're up a position by the end of this race, but it's looking very sore on that 415 Mustang. Can he take it to the line with 3.5 minutes left to go? Jake Garrett's in 14th with BMW and not too far away either from the wounded 415. There could be a potential look at 13th by the end of this race. Bensei Kiss is in 15th and Ben Cheeseman 16th. Norbulan Bele in 17th. Ian Oates rounds out the top 18. We watch here Craig Twardog, despite going wide at turn 11, is slowly reeling back in Hayden Puttock. It's a 1.2 second gap. Is it just too far away now with how close this battle has been over the course of this race for him to pull this one back into a second position charge? We'll find out a little later on here. We want to see what the situation is for Benjamin Hooper. Of course, there is now damage on that 415. We're trying to get a look here. You can see there is next to no grip over the nose and steering rack damage. So there will be that consideration of a run into the pits then, reluctantly so for the 415. And for Benjamin Hooper and Bjorn Egil Kalseth in the 415 MSA car, as they just cannot continue to run in this condition. 2.5 minutes left to go. They'll lose that position out to Garrett, whether they continue to stay on track or not. Still leading this race then, the 791 of Fazzy Vinks and Matteo Mastromaro. 2 minutes left to go then. So they are among the sort of twilight now of this race performance. We'll be on for our last lap come next lap on what has been a fantastic performance. We'll catch up with them in a little moment's time. We take a look around the field again. Van Manen will be up that position then. He'll be happy to be in 12th. It's been a mixed bag for K1, but they'll be happy to be inside the top 15 after what has definitely been a bit of a challenging race for the two cars listed in here, the 114 and the 1. Garrett closing in. He's got 5 seconds and is shaving time away at every single corner now on Hupert. Hupert's reluctant to come back into the pit lane. He's going to be staying out for one more lap running. Garrett, you can see, is just clawing back so much time now. He's made a second in the span of the last 4 corners. I think that is the nail in the coffin for the 415 team. And that's gut-wrenching to see this late on into the race. It'll be a very great drive today then for Jake Garrett and Kieran Rodd in the 813 Academy car for Euro Titans. They've had a very grand performance, all things considered. See Tony Garona there taking a big slide, narrowly avoiding the wall just as we caught on with him there. He's 2.6 seconds up the road from Matthew Williams in the number 23 Fats GT car and has the fastest lap of this race, a 1:43.840. That is remarkably fast, all things considered today. Looking around the field one last time. Let's see if we can get on board then our fight for second, as things have massively reinvigorated. We're up a second here in the favour of Twildog. They've got one more lap to run. We'll have to go on board with the 791 very, very shortly here, as these two will have one more lap around the track to really lay this to rest. This could go very, very well or very, very wrong. It is only one of 2 outcomes for our drivers today. We'll go on board with Fazzy Binks and Matteo Mastromaro, as I believe the 415 is in further trouble. This is between turns 10 and 11, where we're on board with Fazzy Binks and Matteo Mastromaro making their way out through turn 8. Quickly just see what's going on with these two here, as we're having a shift between both the race leader and the battle for the positions that therein remain on the podium. We watch here out of turn 9. It has been a second-to-none performance, and their first win is only 2 corners away. The checkered flag flies in favour of Ford, and for the 791 exclusive esports team, they're heading down to the line here in Watkins Glen for their first victory as the team of the 791. A fantastic performance by exclusive today. Their 3rd win in a row, courtesy of the 791. A gamble worth taking for Ford and a gamble worth taking for Matteo Mastromaro and Fazzy Binks. A fantastic performance by those two today. But we have to see where the penny drops on what has been the greatest battle in the history of TRTN. And that is Hayden Pottick versus Craig Twarnock, as well as David Silf versus Ian Skeen. A saga as old as this race itself. While the victory may have gone in favour of Fazzy Binks and Matteo Mastromaro, their victory will hold so much more weight on that podium. Despite that dominant performance, these two have absolutely ripped each other to shreds here for these 2 positions they're in. They've shared in a fantastic battle, but heading down towards turn 10, you can see that's Jake Garrett ahead of them at the moment. I don't believe he'll be too much in the way as we get down towards the line. Twardog's really going to have to throw something at the wall here at turn 11 if he needs this position. For love nor money down across the line, it can only go in favour of Euro Titans, and Hayden Potter crosses the line for 2nd. Craig Twardock crosses 3rd. 2 tenths off. What an end to this race. Of course, not to take away from that fantastic win by Binks and Mastromaro. That is an utterly dominant performance, and I'm sure they'll not feel too resentful of the fact that their battle for 2nd has absolutely stolen the show today in what has been the longest fight I have ever seen in my time as a commentator. Crossing the line for 4th then is Parker Sukup on a redemption drive. They'll hold on to the championship lead in the 788 alongside Elmas Mikkelsons. That gap only being slightly dented by a few points, with the 414 up ahead of them in 3rd. Turner in 5th, Giles 6th, Williams 7th, Corona 8th, Matthew Williams 9th, Brandon Roos in 10th. What an end to this race. And what a result by the 791. Their first win this season, and what a knockout win it was. 2 races in as a functioning member of the team. The 791 was introduced only just now really, at this length of championship, past the halfway mark. And it has been a very short climb to the top for them. What a result that has been. And if they keep the ball rolling like this, I could sense a major upset on the horizon for the balance of this championship, namely for that 788 and for the 414, our two championship leaders. It has been a huge mix-up today. What a round that has proven to be, and what a result on all sides. Sadly, one DNF today, that being Paul Moeller in the 787. They're down 84 laps at the end of this race. As far as things go, to only have suffered one DNF is a victory in the books of NLRL, where normally we've had a handful of DNFs per race. It is remarkable on a track like this, no less, to see only one driver drop out. Well, what an end to that race it has been then, ladies and gents. Absolutely ragging the doors off it. Had I never seen something like that before. That is brilliant from all drivers. That top three, that is iconic. A breakout victory for Matteo Mastromaro and Fazzy Binks. Their first win of the championship. Exclusive's third in a row. Puttock on the podium with Twadok in a battle as old as time. One that has been shared across both teammates and from both cars over both pit stops in the latter half of this race. You couldn't ask for more theatrics than that. What a race that has been. That's all from us then on TRTN. And for those of you tuning in tomorrow, we'll be going to Bathurst for round 3 of the Sunday League. Do thoroughly look forward to that. That's all from us though today. Have a wonderful rest of your evening and take care.